All right, everyone. Hello and welcome to the first lesson of the free online private pilot ground school. My name is David Teschen. I'm going to be your instructor over the next 4 weeks or 12 classes. We'll be together for the next roughly 42 hours over that period of time. And I am with Check Ride Prep. Welcome everybody. I am seeing everybody log in. We still have some stragglers out there, which is perfectly fine. I will make a few announcements before we actually get going as well, but it's great to see people. We've got people all the way up from Alaska, all the way down to the tip of Florida, and all the way in the Maine area and all across the country. So hailing from all time zones, and we have people from outside the United States. So I see people from our neighbors to the north in Canada. We also have folks all across Europe, some from parts of Southeast Asia as well. So welcome to all of you that are kind of the early risers, if it will. But a couple things that I'll kind of start off with before we really get going is this is really the first 30, 40 minutes. We have to go through some admin stuff. If you've ever taken a high school class, I'm sure everybody has, or college class, and you kind of reflect back on your days, that is really kind of where we go through how the course works and how to navigate and what are the requirements and those types of things. I will go through all of that in the first 30 minutes, and then you guys can kind of figure it out from there. In addition to that, we will also be talking about our privileges and limitations. What's the purpose of this class? Why do we need or why do we want a private pilot class? But I just want to make sure that everybody here is in the right place. This is a intro class. This is a beginner's class. It does cover everything that you would need in order to basically sit for the private pilot exam, which is basically something that the FAA has at certain testing centers out there. In addition to that, if you're a rusty pilot, you've been outside or away from flying for a little bit, this is a perfect course as a refresher to get you ready for that flight review and kind of bring your knowledge up to scruff. For those that don't know what I mean, you will learn all about that next week when we talk about regulations. If you're a passenger and you're just one of those folks that loves to look out the window on the airliners, great class for you as well. If you're just looking for general knowledge or anything like that, this is perfect to attend this class as well. So we welcome everybody. Just to kind of let you guys know, you guys are in good hands. Since the pandemic started, when we started offering these free classes, we've actually had about over 65,000 students take our classes online with us, and 93% of that 65,000 folks have actually passed our classes, and 99% go on to take the FAA exam first time, pass it the first time with no issues. Okay, so for those that are always wondering in their back of their mind, all right, so is this a scam? Is this anything else? I assure you, you guys can come to your own conclusions on that, but I hope to make you guys believers by the time we're done here. And I'll show you guys the course material and everything else. You are not responsible for paying a dime out of your pocket. I have recommended materials that I'll introduce to you guys. Keep in mind, they're completely recommendations for this course. They're not necessary, although they are helpful to supplement the material. In addition to that, we do not charge for your testing endorsement or anything along those lines. We'll go in through, this is just one piece of the puzzle. In order to get your pilot's license, you still have to fly an airplane. I always find it humorous when I read the comments on Facebook. So you can fly an airplane after just 40 hours of class on a simulator. It doesn't work that way. Unfortunately, it does not work that way, and for good reason and for safety. A couple other things that I'm going to mention to you guys before we get started. If anybody here is not able to log into their account, we do have our IT team available on the help desk, or you can actually ping them or message them on Facebook Messenger as well at any point in time. They can get you reset in real time here. In the event you were unable or you did not receive an email to log into your account, don't worry. You can always watch on Facebook or YouTube, and we also record all of these lessons. So for the East Coasters out there, I know at the very end of the class, it gets a little bit late for you. Do not worry if you need to drop off, which most students do. You can always catch the recording after the live class concludes. So where you guys are currently watching it, we basically replace the live stream and basically put up the video. It takes us about an hour and a half or 2 hours to actually transcode it and get all the wheels going behind the scenes and actually replace it. So if you feel like for whatever reason you can't attend a class or it's getting a little late, 11 o'clock p.m. East Coast time, I understand, been there, done that. So it is not an issue whatsoever. We do have moderators on all three of our platforms, so we are broadcasting not only on our website, where the majority of folks are, we also have folks on Facebook and YouTube, and we do have moderators in all three of the platforms. So keep in mind, they are there to assist with any questions you have. any technical issues, anything like that. And speaking of technical issues, keep in mind this is a live stream. This is a live class. So expect at some point over the next 40 hours that something will go wrong. Okay, it always happens. Welcome to the world of the internet and everything else. Sometimes on Fridays, we have everybody log into Netflix with all the kids in the household. But don't worry, if it's something that drops for a second, it will usually come back within about 60 seconds or so. If for whatever reason your stream freezes, you can always hit the F5 key. That will actually refresh the website and the page that you're currently on. That will usually solve the problem as well. Other than that, the moderators are not only here to basically obviously answer questions, but they're here to make sure that the chat stays in line with whatever we're trying to talk about. So we're trying to make this an educational experience for everybody. We don't need off-color commentary or anything like that. They do have the right to kick you out. I leave it 100% in their hands, and I will back them 100% as well. This is a place where we have kids as young as 12 that have taken this class, and we have folks as young as in their 80s taking this class as well. So we just want to make it a comfortable environment. For the new people out there, there are a lot of pilots that are currently in this class, so do not think that you're slow or anything like that. Sometimes students get a little bit discouraged because everybody knows what we're talking about, but the reality is it took them a while to get to that point as well, okay? Lastly, video recordings will be up about an hour to an hour and a half after the live stream. So keep that in mind. It does take us a little bit of time, but where you guys are currently watching this on the website, that is where the recordings will live. And you guys can watch those at any point in time. The other thing as well is that we will be taking breaks. So the average class for us is about 3 hours from start to finish. So that's basically 5 p.m. Pacific Coast time until about 8 p.m. We take a break every hour. So at the top of the first hour, we take 10 minutes. The second hour, we take 5 minutes. And obviously you guys are, you're doing this probably from home or your office or anything else. Feel free to step away at any point in time as well. That is about it for the majority of the questions. And let's go ahead and see what we're actually going to be covering for the purposes of today. So this is class number 1 out of 12. And today we're kind of doing a little bit of admin stuff in the very beginning before we kind of do a deeper dive on aerodynamics here. So first thing we're going to do is I'll let you guys kind of know who I am and who we are as a company. I'll give you a quick course introduction, how the course is set up and it's designed. I'll give you a quick tutorial on how the website, kind of navigation functions of the website. Then what we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about how to become a pilot. What are the requirements that the FAA is basically wanting of you? So there is basically a ground component, which is what you guys are covering here, but then there's also a flight component where you actually got to get in an airplane and do it as well, okay? We'll talk about the medical requirements. There is a medical, not for the purpose of this class, but if you do want to become a pilot, we'll talk about what is required medically. We always get lots of questions with that as well. And we'll cover basically what you can do as a private pilot as well, which is what we call privileges and limitations, okay? After that, we will, probably take a break at that point at some point in there, and then we'll actually get into the aerodynamics. So first thing we're going to cover before we actually do a deeper dive in aerodynamics is going to be the aircraft components. We'll talk about the different parts of an airplane, the major components that are there. We'll then talk about aerodynamics, the theory behind aerodynamics, what actually makes an airplane fly, lift, weight, thrust, drag, all these different terms. We'll talk about ground effect, wingtip vortices, wake turbulence avoidance, and also a few other things in addition to that. Throughout this course, I forgot to mention this though, throughout this course, if you guys look over here on my left-hand side of my head, you guys will see that we have the basically the live chat, and throughout the course, this is designed to be interactive. So when we start talking about FAA test questions, I will show you guys the test question on the slide in front of you. But if you're on our website, there is actually a vote function. If you look on the lower right-hand side here, let me pull it up so you guys can all see it. So right here on the right-hand side, beneath Michael's name, we have type a message and it says example test question. You go ahead and click on the big blue button that says vote. And just as a reminder, this is a sample test question. Please use the vote button and do not answer in the chat. So are you excited to become a pilot? Go ahead and put in your answer. Once we are done, it usually takes about 30 to 60 seconds. A couple times it will take a little longer because we're still getting used to it. We kindly ask you to please use the vote function if you're on our website. Do not put the answers in the chat. Typically, it's just 3 answers, A, B, or C. And then once we close it out, you guys will see the final results. If you want to go back to the actual chat, just go ahead and hit the big X in the upper right-hand corner. And then this will actually disappear when there's a test question that is not currently active. Okay. We will review that test question. Occasionally, though, keep in mind that this system that we run it off of has a limitation in terms of there's only so many characters that are allowed on it. So in the event it says ... that means that I ran out of space, and just refer to the original test question that's on the screen. So that way you can see whatever the full text of the question is. Okay. We try to make this as easy and as fun as possible. So like I said, we're here to help you. Our team is online, and you also have, I mean, you've got all these people. AJ was actually in our live instrument class. He can attest to this last week. So obviously smaller classes for the instrument. But if you need any help, that's what we're doing, and that's the reason why we're here. Okay. All right. So as I said, my name is David Tushin with Check Ride Prep, and we actually started Check Ride Prep back in 2017, and that was when I was instructing. Ended up going to the airlines, and when I basically got furloughed from the airlines during the start of the pandemic, we were one of the early casualties here, and I used to fly out of Los Angeles International, flying the Embraer. This was our old home in our old studio, and it's actually grown quite a bit from what you guys see right now. Now it's more like 5 or 6 monitors and a few other buttons in front of me at this point. But this is basically a representation of where we all came from and started from. So we are a traditional Part 61 flight school, but we've actually migrated completely online, and we still hold classes for private, instrument, commercial. We have our drone classes as well. We also just finished our first online CFI class. Actually, we're doing a little pizza party tomorrow down in the LA area. And for those of you that are, wondering where we're based out of, we are actually based out of Camarillo, California. It's about, well, we'll call it about an hour north of the Los Angeles area. 2 hours with traffic, depending on the day, of course. And then we also have our headquarters office in the Las Vegas area as well. So, we're fairly ingrained within the SoCal area and also the Nevada area. And, instead of sitting in a traditional classroom like these folks here, they look so enthusiastic. This is a CFI class that we taught right before the pandemic started. You guys are actually getting the exact same material that you would have when we taught live classes, in person. So this is something that we've done. Like I said, we've had 65,000 students actually take all of our classes. 93% of you, so 93 out of 100 people will basically finish this class and, do very well. You get 99% will pass the FAA exam on the first try. So let's just do a quick course overview here. There are going to be a total of 12 lessons that make up this course. It's the entire course, and they will be approximately 3 to 3.5 hours. At the end of every single class, I stick around for basically an open Q&A. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have or may not have. Does not matter if it's, the content we're talking about today, or what's your favorite airplane, or anything else that you guys need along the way. Our goal here is to make sure that you guys are successful. And my goal personally as the instructor is everybody who starts with us on day one, the 1,000 people that are online right now and growing, I'd like everybody to end with us at the very end of the class as well. So we are teaching live classes, where it's a little bit unusual. I think we're the only ground school which does this. So the live classes are, if you haven't figured it out yet, it's Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then you can just adjust that for your local time as well. This course is designed to help you prepare for the FAA written knowledge test, which is a component that you need. It's just one slice of the pizza, as we say, in order to become a pilot. And we're going to cover literally everything that you would normally find in a traditional ground school. So like I said, we do a little bit of admin today. Then we're going to get into aerodynamics. On Wednesday of this week, we're going to talk about the aircraft systems, how the engines work, carburetor, fuel injection, electrical systems. I'm going to rely on some of the mechanics that we have in the class here. Saw a few of them as well. And beyond that, you also will then kind of move into the flight instruments. We're going to talk about the 6-pack and how they actually work on Wednesday. And then on Friday, we're going to move into airspace. So this is a lot of new information. Most of you may or may not have, or have very little experience with it, but you are all, for the most part, in the same boat. As you guys know, this is the first day of class, and then this will run through Friday, July 23rd. If at any point in time that you have a connection issue, just because I see it already, just hit F5. And also keep in mind that this is the stream is going to be based upon your local internet connection. Whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, or you're on our website, somewhere in the lower right-hand side of the video, there's a little gear. Go ahead and make sure it's not in the auto function, because the auto function is going to basically, if your internet is a little bit slower, it's going to actually kind of slow down the feed. It'll actually pixelate it a little bit and drop it to a lower quality. But we do broadcast in 1080p as well. And if you do have any problems, like I said, the recording is recorded locally, so there are no drops. Everything is crystal clear if it does come to that. All right, continuing on, the class materials, as you guys have figured out, the class materials will become available. Typically, it's 3 hours prior to the start of class. I will double check with Travis, our IT guy, but I'm pretty sure we're doing it basically the day that the class is open. You guys will have access to all of the course material. So I saw a lot of people, a couple hundred people log in earlier this afternoon, a couple hours prior to class, kind of navigating their way around. And anything that I'm going to be talking about in terms of whatever the topic is for that day, if there's any handouts, if there's any videos, if there's anything, it will be located underneath that lesson. Other than that, we give us about 2 hours or so, sometimes sooner, to get the recordings online. It just depends on how long it takes for the system to transcode it. And basically, where you guys are watching right now, it's going to be fairly similar. All right, so these are some social media posts that people have always sent us, and I just want to remind you guys, this is not necessarily a cakewalk. You will have to do some homework. So usually what I say is, make sure that you're caffeinated, or what we say during break is, recaffeinate, rebourbonate, rebaronate, whatever your beverage of choice is, or, whatever that happens to be. Grab something to eat, sit tight. Some people walk away. Some students I've seen walk away with 100 pages of notes or more. And everything that we cover, just to kind of give you guys an idea, this is the entire course right here. So this binder, there's about 1,100 slides and different videos, quizzes, tests, and everything else that we're going to be covering. So we will be covering all of this over the next 4 weeks. It's the exact same course that you guys would get if you took basically our online course in person. So I just want to make sure that you guys realize that there is a little bit of work on your end. We always include the homework at the very bottom. And what I mean by homework is this is not like an English class where you need to read ahead or read it verbatim, but if you can at least flip through and kind of see what we're going to be covering for the next week, that will definitely be helpful as we move forward. Okay. All right, so let's talk about how to navigate this pesky website. So I understand some people had some problems logging in, or maybe had some issues at least getting a password. Typically, majority seemed like they're pretty good, but we had maybe 20 or 30 people. And sometimes that comes down to the email service provider, whether you have your own personal email server or whatever it is. If that is the case, remember, you can just hit us up on Messenger on Facebook. And we have people IT actually is online right now trying to do any last minute password resets. But if you are stuck for whatever reason, do not worry about it at this point. Just watch on Facebook or YouTube. We try to make this as accessible as possible for everybody and as easy as possible that we can possibly make it. Okay. So first things first is obviously when you guys are logging in to the website, you should see something like this. Our homepage traditionally changes quite a bit as we kind of evolve from, one thing to another, meaning that we're always constantly making changes and those types of things. So anytime you guys are kind of navigating, make sure that you have a couple different options to kind of get in. The main page that you guys are going to is called the portal, which is where all of our courses are housed and everything else as well. Okay. So when we're looking at this in the upper right-hand corner, that is going to be the sign in button, or if you need to sign up, you can hit the blue one. And this is what the page looks like when you are not signed in. So on the upper right-hand corner, that's going to be your first thing that you're going to do. And then you've obviously noticed that we have a member dashboard when you guys log in. It gives you some basic information about the courses and any updates. And it kind of looks like, Facebook overall in terms of like a news feed type feel. Also on that page at the bottom right-hand corner, when you guys did log in, that is where I created I call it quick 15-minute video about how to navigate the website and all the new stuff that's available to you, including how to take exams, how to change your profile information, how to make updates and those types of things. This is what it looks like once you log in. And like I said, a couple things will probably disappear here because we finished the free instrument pilot ground school. That's going to disappear here on Wednesday. And then also our drone ground school, which ended a couple months ago, that's going to disappear. So you guys should see something that looks like this for the free online private pilot ground school. And anytime that you guys are basically trying to get to the courses, you always have this basically a bar or menu at the very top here, About Us, Online Training Courses in the newsfeed. You can always click on Online Training Courses. At the free ground schools will always be on the top level as well. Once you're logged in, you're going to see two different menus. On the left-hand side, you have a flyout menu. There's actually 3 lines right here, and that actually will basically expand or basically contract the menu. And very simply, if you need to update any profile information, you can do so, and you can actually do it in either location. If you want to get to your courses, they're located here. Once you guys complete this class, you'll find your completion certificates and also your endorsements under the certificates area. We'll talk more about groups, but just like a college class, we do have discussions and forums and documents and all sorts of additional things as well. So you guys can always explore and check those out. You also have the ability to send us messages and check out events and those types of things as well. So I will get more into that, but in the event you have any problems, I'll also tell you how to reach us as well. And I'll tell you some good ways of doing it and some bad ways of doing it. And I'll explain the reasons here in just a sec. Once you guys are fully logged in, all you're going to do is make sure you click on the right course. So you would click on the free online private pilot ground school. If you're not enrolled, which I'm pretty sure everybody is enrolled, the first thing it's going to ask you is if you are enrolled, and there's going to be a blue button that says continue. You just click that and that'll take you to the course. If you're not enrolled, it'll say click to enroll. Just click it. And once you're actually in the course, this is what it kind of looks like. So once again, we clicked on this. We're basically looking at, this is our last one, the GS6 that we did in February. This is what you guys should see on your navigation or the page that you're currently on. So very simply, I would recommend that you guys basically start with the Start Welcome Here menu and also the frequently asked questions. That will give you a rundown of all of the recommended course materials. And then there's actually 2 required course materials, which you don't need until the end. And we'll talk more about that probably as we get a little bit further along. In addition to that, anytime that you guys show up, you should see this nifty little airplane or something similar to it. And that just means the live stream is not started. As you guys have probably seen at this point, we do a 20-minute countdown and then we go to the live. You do also have the chat function right here, and you can always type a message and hit send, and it basically is broadcast to everyone. In the event you want a larger screen, just go ahead and hit the big blue button, and that will take you to the full screen as well. Once again, once you're logged in, you have all of your lessons on the left-hand side. The only lessons that are going to open are the ones for that day or previous lessons. So right now, lesson 1 is open to you. On Wednesday, you'll have lesson 1 and 2, and then on Friday, you'll have 1, 2, and 3. We do that because the live streams kind of get a little kooky if we leave them all open in real time. There are additional functionalities as well, so keep in mind there is a Take Notes button. If you go ahead and click on that Take Notes button, it will actually open up a notes function, a notepad that you can move around the website wherever you want. It does auto-save the notes. You have the ability to download them in a Word document or PDF, or you can print them directly from there. We can't see your notes. Other students can't see your notes. And a lot of people like that. If you want to basically keep notes or take screenshots in real time, you can always add it in there and basically download it at the end of class or the end of course. Continuing on, if I were to basically continue scrolling down this page, you'll then find the following. So this was from our UAV class, but all of our classes are always set up the same. So very simply, the things to kind of point out here are going to be on number 1, you're always going to have the master menu on the left-hand side for whatever the course is. So for example, you guys will obviously have more than 4 lessons. You guys actually have 12 lessons, but they're always going to be designed the same. So day 1 here for the UAV class was actually lesson 1 for us. Then after that, you guys will always have the course content, basically the syllabus or the overview of the material that we're going to be covering for that day. And anything that I discuss or talk about during the next 3 hours, you guys will have access to additional resources within the course documents and downloads. These are things you can download and save to your computer. And if there's anything that I reference, like a website link or how to find an aviation medical examiner, you'll actually look at the course website links at the very bottom as well. The other thing I also do is that for the test as well, there are going to be some FAA testing figures that you'll need to reference in order to take the exam. And the FAA testing figures, we do put those or embed those inside of the test, but I also give you guys direct access to the PDF if you want to download it and zoom in to your heart's content. Maybe if you're visually challenged like I am, I recommend that you download that. I make that available under every single lesson because occasionally, sometimes it's nice to actually have that document with you. That take notes function, this is what it actually looks like here, number 4. When you actually open it up, it'll actually tie it to the lesson that you have. Works just like a word processor. You can expand it, contract it, and move it wherever you want. Like I said, that is saved to your profile as well. I go over all that stuff in pretty good detail on the quiz. And what we also did to kind of help people out and save us about 15 minutes of going over this is right beneath the live stream, kind of right here. I put a video that's called the website tutorial. That's the 15-minute video. I think I plastered it everywhere, the Facebook group, the YouTube, because I want you guys to be able to kind of navigate easily around, and it might just be kind of poking in and out and kind of figuring out the best spots to go or where you need to go actually. Okay. The last thing that I'll also mention as well is that every single lesson there is a quiz. It's not required that you take a quiz, but the quiz basically will review any material that we've covered or the topics that we've covered so far in class. There's 2 ways to access the quiz. Number 1, beneath each lesson, you'll usually see a little question mark and then it will say the quiz name. So this was a UAV quiz. This one is actually going to be the aerodynamics quiz, or if you guys keep basically scrolling down a little bit further, you guys would actually see something that would say the aerodynamics quiz number 1. And what that looks like when you actually open it up is something that looks like this. So there's 2 ways to get there. You can either open up class number 1 and scroll down to the bottom where it says quiz, or you can just basically click on that question mark right beneath class number 1. And that's how you actually have the quiz or access the quiz moving forward. So very simply, they are multiple choice. They're there to mimic as best we can the FAA test questions. And some of them have figures, and these are the figures that I'm referring to. So if it says refer to figure 2, it's already going to be inside of the exam. And very simply, if you guys want to reference it in a larger format, in the PDF format, that's the reason why we provide that FAA testing supplement. So for this one, you've got 30 questions. They are randomized. Everybody will have a different version of it. Anytime that you want to review a question, if you're on number 5 here, if I clicked on the review question, it will turn it gold. It's very much just kind of like, hey, I'm not sure. Let me think about it before I go back to it. Once you've put in a potential answer for all of them, instead of the next button here, this will actually turn into a submit button, and you can then submit it and it will basically auto grade the quiz. A lot of people will ask us what will actually turn these green check marks here on the left-hand side. The only way to get a green check mark is to basically watch the lesson and actually pass whatever the lesson quiz is with an 80% or higher. I will say this again, 80% or higher will give you that green check mark, but keep in mind, it has absolutely no bearing on you being able to finish the material and actually getting your FAA test endorsement. We'll talk about that here in a little bit as well. Now, if this is a little bit too small for you, all you got to do is click on the image and it'll see something that looks like this. In the upper right-hand corner, you can have a bunch of different buttons here. You can make it full screen. There's also a magnifying glass where you can zoom into your heart's content. We allow this. The FAA exam does not allow this. It's kind of whatever size they give you is what you're going to get. And then in order to obviously get back to the exam, you can hit the X in the upper right-hand corner. So we're trying to make it as easy as possible. We've already preloaded about 900 FAA test questions for this class. So you guys should be all set. And by the time you're done, you should have no problem passing the exam as well. Now that FAA testing supplement that I mentioned, it does look like this. It's directly from the FAA. Anytime that a test question references a figure, all you would do is just flip through the book, and the figures are basically in order of 1 through 130-ish. And then that is the figure that you have available. So some people like to print them out. Some people also like to just have them on their desktop. You will get a copy of this when you take the official FAA exam. So, you know, a lot of people, we like to kind of have it at our fingertips, but this is basically what it looks like. I just kind of did a wire comb on mine, but you guys will have the physical version of this when you actually take your FAA exam or you sit for that FAA exam. So I always like people to kind of reference it. There are some legends and some helpful things at the very beginning of it as well within the appendix. And sometimes the test questions do not let you reference the appendix, but if you know that they're there, they are fair game because it is provided to you by the FAA. Now, once you're done and you've actually checked your scores, and maybe it's been a day or two, you can check all of your scores, or sometimes you're thinking, I don't know if the server actually recorded the information or not. Very simply, if you click on your name, once you actually log in, and basically scroll down to here where it says courses, hover your mouse over courses, and you're going to then go to something called course progress. You'll get basically your course progress screen, which is on the lower left-hand side. So what I would encourage you not to do is you want to basically click on this little caret here. You can see that the instrument one is pointing to the right and the free private pilot one is actually pointing to the left there. If you were to click on the word free private pilot ground school number 6, that's actually just going to open up the course again, unfortunately. So what you want to do is make sure that you're actually clicking on that caret, and that's going to expand the menu, and it will show you all of the quizzes and tests that you've taken so far to date. So for example, this was the Aerodynamics class quiz, got a whopping 33% because I was running through it really quickly. Took it back in April at 3:07. There is this button right here, which is the statistic button. And what the statistic button will do is it will open up that original quiz for you. And you can see how you answered. What was it correct? Was it not correct? Was it an appropriate answer? It will show you the original test question. And right down here, it will give you the explanation. It will tell you why it was right, why it was wrong, and why, you know, what should you have done differently. So you always have the ability to review your test scores and also your performance as you go along. So if there is something that you consistently miss in your quizzes or anything else along those lines, you know, reach out to us. That is the reason why we're here. The other thing I'll also mention is we have a fantastic Facebook group. I think we've got 93 or 9,400 students in that group. That does include CFIs, which are instructors. We have our staff in there. The moderators are in there, which are also admins of that group as well. It's really everybody helping everybody. So if you guys take a look at it, it is on our Facebook, Check Ride Prep, and you can go to groups. If we have any females here, we also have a women's group as well. A lot of the women like to watch this class inside of that group separately from the men. And we also actually have a student class as well that we just wrapped up. So if anybody here is less than 21 years of age, we actually have a special private pilot program that we run throughout the school year. We had a couple hundred kids take it last year, so it's kind of exciting for them as well. All right, so let's talk about these private pilot documents. Once again, if you're logged in on the left-hand side here, there is groups. The groups are basically, you have access to this, except it's not necessarily going to be private pilot. We've actually renamed it just as the Check Ride Prep group. Instead of scattering documents in all sorts of different groups, we just put them in one master group. But it works the same way. All you're going to do is when you go to the Check Ride Prep group, you can click on documents, and anything that is basically supplemental you'll find in here. We're always uploading, you know, aircraft manuals and pilot operating handbooks and manufacturer manuals and cheat sheets and all sorts of things that we find that students like. And we also have all of our notes in here as well. So for each one of these lessons, we actually had a staff member write all the notes for you. So there are, I don't know, 130 pages of notes. So you can always reference those and kind of use those to build off of as well. And I think we just call them private pilot notes within the document section of the website. Okay. So that is there at your disposal. Just keep in mind, we moved them from the private pilot. It's just now called the Check Ride Prep group. It's kind of like the master group where everything lives. It's also, if you want to post anything or you know, want to share anything, feel free to do so there. The last thing that I'm going to say, if you are in need of help at any point in time, we do have a help desk. Some of you are familiar with it. I'm going to go back one slide here, and typically in right here at the very top right, I've actually deleted them from this. I get a lot of messages, and I do appreciate the messages. I do want to know how you guys and gals are doing out there. I want to know how you guys are progressing. You know, questions about scholarships, those types of things. Those are fantastic. If you have any type of technical question, if you have any type of, I don't know how to log in or do the password or anything else, you have the ability to send anyone you want a message. But keep in mind, if you send me a message directly, it is probably the least efficient way of resolving the issue, because I have almost 143 messages and climbing in my inbox, at least my direct message. And keep in mind, I also get messages on Facebook, Instagram, my personal Instagram, and everything else. So I would encourage you, unless it's like a personal update or a personal question, if you have any technical questions, lost password, billing issue, whatever it is, okay, I encourage you guys to use the portal and basically use the help desk that we have set up. So very simply, in the lower right-hand corner of all of our web pages, there is a little headset. I forgot to show it to you. I'll go back a half a slide here to where it was. Basically, this little thing right here in the lower right-hand corner, little yellow headset. If you hover your mouse over it, kind of sticks out like a tongue. You can go ahead and click on that, and you don't actually need to be logged in order to access that information. So very simply, what will end up happening is we'll open a site that looks just like this, or if you can't find it, you can go to the website at the very top, which is just the portal.checkrideprep.com/help. And all you're going to do is hit submit a ticket. When you hit submit a ticket, it will open up basically a little ticket for you. So you can it should auto-populate your name and your email address if you're signed in. You don't need to include your phone number. Just tell us a little bit about what it's about. Try to be as descriptive as possible. So like what I mean is we have over 1,100 lessons. We have 20 plus classes. So if someone says we have a broken link, if you can let us know what class it's in or what lesson it's in, that's extremely helpful for us. Occasionally, we'll have to go back and ask you additional information. We do our best to turn these around within 12 or 24 hours. Just keep in mind the first day or so of class, because we typically get more requests, give us just a little bit more time than norm, okay? There's also a knowledge base section. It's not actually coming soon. It's actually existing at this point. And right on the left-hand side of that dashboard link, you'll see that knowledge base that will ask or basically answer majority of the test questions. All right, so let's go on and talk more about the mechanics of how you're actually supposed to get your FAA written test endorsement. So one of the things that the FAA does not allow is you can't just go into an FAA testing center and sit for a pilot exam. Except for an instructor exam, you can do so. But in order to actually sit for an exam with the FAA, you have to basically either go through a home study course such as this or work with your flight instructor, and you have to get an endorsement that basically says you've gone through the program, and we basically certify or attest to the fact that you guys are ready to take the exam. And that's kind of the purpose of that. So in order to qualify for the FAA written test endorsement, you had to have watched all 12 of the lessons, and it does not matter. It does not matter if they're live or recorded. So we don't penalize you if you can't make it or anything along those lines. Also, it does not matter if you watch on YouTube, Facebook, or our website, okay? You can mix and match to your heart's content. The rules of the game are watch the 12 lessons and pass the final exam with an 80% or higher, okay? 80% or higher is the magic number. So the final private pilot exam or the test is going to become available on the very, very last day of class. And that's about 30 days from now. And it will consist of 60 randomized FAA test questions of everything that we've covered. So if you've been consistently taking the quizzes, you should have no problem with the FAA exam, at least our version of the mock exam. The FAA has not released their testing database since 2001. So we basically work with what we know and what is the best potential out there in terms of what, any type of regulation changes or anything else. We're consistently trying to update the information. You're going to have 2.5 hours to complete the test. Almost everybody will complete it in half that amount of time. And this is when you go to the official FAA testing center. This is the exact same criteria that they're doing. So you're going to check in, you get 2.5 hours, you get 60 random questions. And that's about it. Then what will end up happening is the server does some magic in the back. Travis from IT can explain that to us. It checks all these boxes here, and it will issue you a certificate of completion and also your endorsement as well. It'll be emailed to you, and it's saved. We don't charge you for this. There's no catches or anything like that. For anybody here that is a certified pilot, you also have the ability to earn FAA Wings credits that you can use towards your flight review. The FAA Wings program is a safety-related program. It's completely voluntary. So by taking classes like ours or in-person classes, there's also things you can do with your instructor in terms of flight challenges and those types of things. If you get enough credits, you can basically bypass your flight review. And for those that don't know what I'm talking about, you guys will learn a little bit more about the regulations and what a flight review consists of. But basically, every 24 calendar months or roughly 2 years, a pilot needs to do at least an hour of ground and an hour of flight in order to maintain their license. So this is just kind of ticking one of the boxes if you kind of do this stuff proactively. And it's always good to kind of expand and, basically make sure that we are safe. My entire goal for designing this course is really to ensure that I can produce safe pilots. And what I'm looking for is not just proficiency, but I'm also looking for consistency. Okay, so consistency is really key here. We don't want you guys to go out and be really good one day and then really bad the next day. We're looking for it to be consistently built upon. Okay. All right. So hopefully, if you guys have any questions out there, let us know and we will do the best that we can to answer them in real time. We'll take a break in about 15.5 minutes or so, or actually, sorry, 18 minutes at the top of the hour. So hang in there as we continue with some of this admin stuff. So what we're going to do is we'll also kind of talk about, how you're supposed to get a pilot's license and how does this course fit in. So we'll do that in the next 5 minutes as well. Okay. All right. Deep breath, everyone. All right. So let's take a look at this. This is the biggest question that we always get. And it is, what is the catch? Okay. Very simply, I think we have a bunch of instrument folks that took our last class. They sat through the 40 hours, the 12 lessons, and we actually just wrapped up that free class on Friday. I'm sure that AJ and Holly and the rest of them can actually attest to this, but I always like to turn the non-believers into believers at the end of the day. There is honestly no catch. We're not going to give you the first 8 hours of a ground school and then make you pay for it. We're not going to let you get to the finish line and force you to purchase an endorsement like other schools do. The reason why we put this together, especially during the pandemic, was number one, got my mind off of it. I could help a lot of people, but I also saw a lot of people doing one-on-ones and stuff. I got to meet with students, and it's been a great experience for me as well, where I have seen people that never thought they could be a pilot. I've talked to musicians and I've talked to kids that are very young, and like we had a 12-year-old pass this class. Okay. They can't even sit for the FAA exam, and yet they passed the class. They still have to wait a few more years. So it's great to kind of see different segments. I think everybody is kind of curious about aviation. So whether you have an intention to actually become a pilot professionally, maybe it's just something you just wanted to do in passing, you wanted better knowledge. Maybe you're that looky-loo that likes to look out the window of the airplane all the time. Maybe you're just a flight sim person and you want to have, know a little bit more about, what people are talking about on VATSIM and everything else. This is kind of the place for it. So there is no catch to this class. You guys will make it all the way through. I always hear all the buzzwords and stuff. And my number one thing that I love doing at the end of the day is trying to get you guys, proving you guys wrong. And it's actually pretty simple because we give you the whole class. Simple as that. Okay. The only thing, if you want to call it a catch, is basically this. Okay. So you guys will have free access for all of the course material. Our very, very last day of class, our 12th lesson, will be on Friday, July 25th. And that's when the final exam becomes available. So based upon the criteria between now and then, even if you fall behind, if you need to play catch up or anything else, we have the recordings. You guys have access to them. You guys have access to the quizzes. You have access to our team and everything else. You will have plenty of time in order to finish this class. I promise you that. We couldn't have got as many people through as we already have if we didn't do that. So here's the only thing that we do is 5 days after the last date of class. So the last date of class is Friday, July 25th. 5 days later, on Wednesday, July 28th, roughly around 12 noon Pacific. Usually we scooch it towards about midnight that day. We will remove access to the class. Okay, very simply, we will remove access to the class. The reason why we do this, and a lot of people say, well, that's, it's just like a college class or anything else. If you pay for a college class, the semester starts and the semester ends and you don't get to keep it forever. It's just the way it works. If we left this open, we would not see the completion rate that we do. 93% completion rate is a huge success, and that is kind of a testament to the way that we teach, our team that we have here, and our capabilities. Okay, so that's the only catch I'll tell you. And I will remind you guys of this every single lesson. I will do 30 seconds just to remind you. There's no surprises. We'll send out an email reminder 2 days before, 1 day before. Everybody should be able to get through this, okay? We're not going to give you a partial amount of the course, like 8 hours, and then say you got to pay for the rest. And we're definitely not going to say you get to the finish line and you have to pay for an endorsement, okay? There's nothing like that. The entire course is there at your disposal, and also our team, okay? The reason why we close it out is if we left it open, unfortunately, nobody would ever complete it. Okay, it's like all the books on my bookshelf behind me and all the best intentions I had during the pandemic. I'm going to study this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And magically, none of those actually happened. Okay, so keep that in mind. The reason why we do that is we get a higher completion rate. And I'm hoping we just got a little bit of a bump after our IFR class, our instrument class that just ended on Friday. I'm hoping with this class, I can get that up to 94%. So if you guys and gals can help me out there, that'd be awesome. Everybody who starts with us on day one, we want you guys to basically finish with us at the end of class as well. Okay, so very, very simple. If you guys have any questions about that, let us know, but we're just going to be very transparent about that. And we also have a lot of lifetime members in our class today. So remember that if you are a lifetime member, that date basically does not matter. Okay, so any dates that I ever talk about for our lifetime members, basically people that purchased a course from us, it doesn't matter at all. So I understand that life gets in the way, family gets in the way, education gets in the way, all sorts of things kind of come up throughout the month of July. That's to be expected. Sometimes it's a lot of information with this course, and we always basically offer you guys, and it's absolutely not required, but we basically offer you guys our lifetime membership as well. And I try to keep these nice and short and sweet for you guys because we have so much content to cover. But the lifetime membership is basically this course, and it also actually includes all of our other courses as well. So you do get the private pilot ground school. That's what actually gets you to the finish line for the actual ground school itself. And then we also have an oral prep course. So part of basically finishing out your private pilot is not only learning the ground theory, but also you have to do this oral exam with a examiner. We'll talk more about what that process entails, but that basically preps you for the oral exam. Okay, so that oral exam can sometimes be, I've heard stories between 2 to 5 hours. Most of my students get through that exam in about an hour to 2 hours with the oral prep course. If you're interested in going further, we also include the instrument pilot ground school and the commercial pilot ground school. The drone class, if you're interested in flying drones commercially, there's been a lot of changes and regulatory changes. That's in there. Don't worry too much about the ForeFlight course, but the ForeFlight is called an electronic flight bag. We'll talk more about that moving forward. It's basically a software program that lives on an iPad that gives you all the flight information. We teach you how to use that. And then we also do live weekly seminars and Q&As. And we also provide 24/7 instructor support. So not only from myself, but the team of instructors that are here. You also have access to the unlimited practice quizzes and exams. So we actually have 7,000, almost 7,600 test questions throughout all of our classes. And you can take them to your heart's content. So if you are looking to expand your knowledge or anything else, we try to make it, like I said, as affordable as possible. And honestly, the reason why we do this is it continues to allow us to basically teach these free online ground schools. There is a cost, but we don't require it from anybody. But there's always a cost with bandwidth and broadcasting and, team support and everything else. And what I always like to say is it's really the few who pay for the many. Okay. It's always the few who pay for the many. The interesting thing about us is we're still the only flight school out there that teaches live. So not only do you have the ability to basically watch any of our live programming like AJ or we got Robert out there on YouTube, who sat in through multiple classes with us. You also have all of these courses that we professionally record in the studio. And instead of watching 12 lessons that are 3 to 3.5 hours apiece, basically we have we basically break them up. So like the private pilot course is actually about 70 lessons. There's no breaks, there's no intermission, there's none of these slides or anything like that. It's the same content, but the reality is we can actually give you more content because we're not limited by time limits. Okay, so you have that ability for either one. You also have the ability to get the FAA written test endorsement and the wings credit. There is no time limit for that, hence the word lifetime. You also have access to all the past webinars and the flight maneuvers lessons as well. So we talked to the team, and like we always do, we're basically just making it as affordable as possible, basically 50% off until next Monday. Or you can even break it into 3 payments. And like I said, there's no interest or anything like that. What we've done in the past, and I always like to do this because it lets me work with students and other instructors as well, is the first 100 students will actually receive 1 hour of ground instruction. So typically, if you guys are getting stuck at any point in time and you need to speak with an instructor one-on-one, it's a perfect thing that we do. So typically, if you're in the LA basin, you're more than welcome to come down to our office and do it in person. If not, we've done a lot of them through Zoom. And just to kind of give you an idea, 1 hour of ground, at least in the LA area, could range somewhere between $65 to $90 an hour. And it's completely free there. And we'll do it for the first 100 students as well. So as I said, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. It's basically my little public service announcement. We are trying to, at this point, because we've done this successfully for a little over a year and a half, we're going to be phasing out our free classes. When I talked to our staff earlier, this is actually our last free class. We used to do like 6 or 7 of these a year. This is going to be our last free class for 2021. So if you need additional time, or if you know that, take a look at it. But other than that, if you have any questions, let us know. Moderators can always ask. The other unusual thing about us, and I got some good news on this, I can actually say it's not coming soon. We have an app for the Android and Apple products as well. They are for your phones. So for our lifetime members and so forth, you actually have the ability to download this. It was recently approved through the Android store today, or whatever it's called, the Google Play Store. So it is good for Google. We are waiting for Apple at this point. So Apple's still going through the review process, but you will have you do have the ability now. I can stop saying will. You actually have the ability to basically look at all the course materials, the videos, the quizzes, the handouts. This was actually a request. We have a lot of flight attendants, and being a former airline pilot, I feel for them. The problem is that without a Wi-Fi or solid internet connection, a lot of this stuff is very challenging to get. But we're the only flight school out there that actually has an independent app. Then you can actually download the entire course offline at your disposal and basically take those quizzes and have the exact same experience that you would have just on a mobile version of it. Okay. So we're excited to finally get that out there. Hopefully Apple will come to our savior here, and that'll be in the Apple store very soon. But the Android or the Google Play Store is finally available, so you guys can take a look and check that out. The same email address and password that you guys use to log into this course is basically the same one that you would use for the mobile app, or if you need to create an account, you can do so as well. So if you guys have any questions about that, from my understanding for the Google Play Store, hasn't, I guess the word is propagated. This is IT people telling me this stuff. It hasn't gone through the search results. So if you have trouble finding it, there is a direct link that we can provide you as well until it actually shows up within the actual search of the Google Play Store. So right now, the private and the instrument class is available on the app. And then we're working on the second version of this, which will include the commercial and all of our other classes as well. Takes a little while to get through all of this stuff. What's the app number? Jordan, go, someone give Jordan the app number since he works at Apple. Whatever the app number is, I'm sure Travis can get that to you. All right, so at this point, before we continue, like I said, you guys have 42 hours with us. There's plenty of material to cover. I'm trying to keep these nice and short and sweet. I call them my little public service announcements, so you guys are very, very transparent about what we have. So in the comment section, if you have any questions about this course before we actually dive into how to get a private pilot license and everything else, please let us know. And we're here to help you. Missy, hello. Good to have you back for moderator here. And like I said, we are pretty much at the top of the hour. So let's do this. Let's take a 10-minute break. We're going to take it a few minutes early right now. When we come back, we're going to basically dig into the second half, where we're actually going to start talking about not the mechanics of the course. The admin stuff is now done, so we're at least out of that. We're now going to start talking about what is a private pilot license, what are the requirements. You mentioned this thing called an oral exam and a check ride and a written test, and what do I have to do? And you're also telling me I need to fly an airplane at some point. So we're going to talk about all that. We're going to talk about your medical. So even if you're just briefly interested in it, feel free to stick around. Then once we get through those requirements, we'll then start talking about the aerodynamics. That's going to be a much heavier topic. We're going to talk about why an airplane flies, or at least how an airplane flies. We're going to talk about differences with stalls and the different components of thrust, drag, weight, and everything else in between, lift that is. So with that, go ahead and stretch your legs, grab something to eat, your favorite beverage if you need one, recaffeinate, reberinate, rebourbonate, whatever it is, and we'll see everybody back here in 10. everybody. Welcome back. Hopefully you had a chance to stretch your legs, recaffeinate, rebourbonate, rebeerinate, whatever your beverage of choice is, as we basically continue into the second hour here. A couple questions as we see them kind of in real time. As I said before, taking a look at the chat and a few other questions that I could basically answer for you guys as they were coming up. You have the Facebook group, like Tony said. You can always find that for great support. If anybody here is having problems with the website, I think majority of you are good, but keep in mind there's 4,400 people in this class. So I know our IT team is working on it. So if you get like a timeout message or anything else, I apologize. We actually went through I think we're at our 6th server upgrade. We keep having to upgrade our server to beefier and beefier machines. So it's always a good thing. It's always good problems to have. But, in the event that it is anything like that, just keep in mind that you can always try back a little bit later. Also, let's just kind of focus in on the lesson. The other thing, too, is that the link, if you guys are interested in the lifetime, I know that a couple of people couldn't find it. It's located in the store. Basically, if you go to the store, it's basically the only thing that's 50% off. And it is still the first 100 people that basically sign up will get the 1 hour of ground. So what ends up happening is that gets tied to your account. It does not expire. So if you want to bank it, which is what most students do as they're getting ready towards their check rides, or if they have questions later on, then you get that focus time with our instructor, myself, and basically we're there to answer any questions. So it's anything revolving, does not have to be a private pilot. If it's drones or anything else, you can answer those questions, and as long as it's kind of aviation related with that. Okay, so also remember F5 is your magic button, but let's go ahead and continue because I want to know, you guys know a little bit more about me, right? Former airline pilot, used to basically started this company back in 2017. Before we get going, I want to know a little bit more about you guys, okay? So I want to know a couple things, and I'm going to share a video with you from a colleague here. So I kind of want to know why aviation. Where are you located? Are you located within the states or city? If you're comfortable letting us know, what country are you in? If it's not the United States, what are your goals? Is this, is this for fun? Is this, professional simulator pilot, professional drone pilot? You're going all the way to the airlines, whatever it is. And then, where are you in the process? Have you started flight training? Have you not started flight training? Do you even know what a flight school is or where to find a flight school? We actually don't do flight school training, so keep that in mind as well. We always get questions about that. Fortunately, we just stick to the online curriculum here. Before you guys answer those specific questions, what I want to do is I'm going to share a video with you from a young man named Swain Martin. I don't know if anyone here is familiar with him. He is someone that has documented his journey, and he started documenting his journey during his first solo. And this was, I think, when he was like 15 or 16. So he basically writes blog articles, and he also has an amazing YouTube channel, and he's basically documented his career as a high school student taking his first flight all the way to going through the program at University of North Dakota, flying at Mokulele Airlines over in Hawaii. And then eventually where he's currently at, he's a first officer on the Embraer Air 145 for Envoy Airlines. So if anybody here is kind of interested in the process, he goes into great length and detail. In addition to that, he also has a lot of great videos on airline life. So if you are interested in kind of a professional career within the airlines, he talks about the pros and the cons and the terminology and all the things under the sun. But I would encourage you guys to take a look at his YouTube channel. It's been growing very steadily ever since he started it. And luckily, he gave us permission to show this video, and I've been fortunate enough to show it. It's one of my favorite ones from him. So I'd like you guys to see if you guys can potentially answer some of those questions. So once again, why aviation? Where are you from? What are your goals? And let's go ahead and watch, and we'll learn a little bit more about you guys and see why you fly.
27 right, clear for takeoff. Runway heading clear for takeoff, 27 right, 015.
All right, everybody. So it's great to kind of see where everybody is from. We have people throughout this country. We have people also elsewhere, right? So we've got a lot of people hailing internationally as well. Aviation is very much a universal type thing. About 80 to 90% is the same from country to country. There are some small variations and regulations and those types of things, speed limits, airspace, and so forth. But for the most part, airplane flies like an airplane flies. So I've seen everybody from folks who are just starting out. We've got rusty pilots that have been outside the cockpit for 30 years, professional hot air balloon pilots, very exciting out there in Albuquerque, and kind of a wide mix and range in between. So like I said, there's even instructors in here that are taking these classes as a refresher. So, feel free to, ask your questions and we'll do the best we can. But like I said, it's really a melting pot and a mixing, a huge mix of where we are in terms of spectrums of ages and experience level. But that's kind of the whole goal. At least we kind of have that universal love of aviation, or at least trying to figure out what we want to do within aviation moving forward. All right, so moving on to your course materials. Now, with the course materials, there are a couple recommendations, and I will basically throw them out there for you. So these are going to be our recommendations, and we actually work with where we use some of Rod Machado's slides in our presentations, which actually come directly from his textbook. We're not affiliated with him or anything else beyond that, but there's a reason why I recommend his textbook. And it's called Rod Machado's Private Pilot Handbook. He's currently in the 3rd edition. So the 3rd edition is kind of this floppy version of it. It is full color and everything else. We also have links on our website where you can actually pick up the digital product. And I think he guarantees you, when I talk to him, I think he guarantees it. It's either 2 years of updates or 3 years. Don't hold me to it. It says it on his website. If you find a older version, I got my old textbook version. This was the 2nd edition. This will also work as well. And you can always find these used on Amazon or a number of other websites out there. So the reason why I recommend him is there's a lot of variety in terms of textbooks out there. You've got Jepson, you've got Rod Machado, ASA, Gleim. There's also, well, the list goes on and on, let's just say, okay? And if you have another textbook, stick with it. Okay, so if you've already bought Jepson, if you already have ASA, Gleim, or a number of other textbooks, just use that. All you need to do is you'll realize that the chapters might be slightly different than the ones I want you to study. So, for example, on Wednesday, I'm asking you guys to go ahead and read on flight instruments and also aircraft systems. So you just need to find those topics within your textbook. The reason why I like Rod is just because of the fact that he takes complex topics and he breaks it down into bite sizes. Okay, so things like airspace and some of the more complicated things kind of wrap your head around. He does an excellent job of really explaining it and really getting directly to the point. Now, the one thing I'll tell you about Rod is he is a comedian. That is basically his calling in life besides being a flight instructor. So I will caution you that part of this book, maybe a little bit of it, is going to be some of his jokes and those types of things. So when it comes to the homework and those types of things, I recommend that you don't read it verbatim. Everything that you'll need in this class will basically be provided to you. But these are actually like great references because I can cover about 95% of the material, but there's still always extra questions. So it's always nice to have a textbook lying around. Plus, when you guys come and do your, recurrent training every 2 years and those types of things, it's great to kind of pick these up and kind of see where the gap of knowledge is. And it's, this stuff really doesn't go out of style very often. The other materials that I will also reference is, and these are things that you'll need at the very end of class. Okay, so our flight planning class, which is the second to last class, I think the last day of our class is going to be July 25th. So that'll be July 23rd. July 23rd, you will need the following. So you're going to need some type of sectional or FAA aviation chart. Basically, they look something like this. This is an expired one. It doesn't matter whether it's current, expired. You can find them all across the country. If you want to use one in your local area, so that way you can use it during your flight training, feel free to do so. I'm going to be teaching out of the Los Angeles sectional. If you want to follow along to a T with the flight planning in a couple weeks, you can grab the Los Angeles sectional, or you can grab a Los Angeles TAC chart, which is kind of a zoomed in version. We'll talk more about that moving forward. Once again, it does not have to be current. You're not flying by it. We're just using it for training purposes. The next thing that you'll need is something called an aviation plotter. So this is a form of an aviation plotter. It's specifically for aviation. So this sucker will go for about $8. You might be able to grab one that's used for less. This guy right here, this thing is like $5, just a little plastic ruler. And you'll notice that it has kind of a protractor-ish thing at the top here. This is called a fixed plotter, by the way. There's also ones that have a spinnable portion. The spinnable ones are a couple extra bucks. They're actually easier to use, but I'll show you how to use both of these when it comes time. And then you're going to need the old trusty E6B. So You could go fancy, which is basically the metal version, although you don't need this. But basically, an E6B is something that's like an old-fashioned slide ruler that we basically compute our wind, and we also have a flight computer on the back. We'll go through exactly how to use this step by step. If you want to go cheaper, I think this one was $8. I had this one since 2001 when I started flying. So this is just a Jepson one. It's paper, but you know, not bad for 20 years, and I still got it. Works exactly the same way. If you want to use an electronic one, you're more than welcome to. The only thing I'll caution you with the electronic ones is there's a lot of little menus and submenus and those types of things. So when you're taking a look at those, I'm not going to have enough time to go into all the different aviation calculator modes or models or anything else. And honestly, this thing doesn't require batteries. It never fails unless you forget how to use it. And for the most part, the instructions are actually listed on both sides of this thing. So you can bring this to your FAA exam as well, which is what you're going to need. And you'll need them to answer some of the FAA test questions. I saw a lot of people saying, can I use the E6B app for like your phone or anything else? You can absolutely use an E6B app for your phone. Just keep in mind that you can't actually bring your device to an FAA testing center. Obviously for good reasons, whether whether you intend to or not, you don't want to record the test. I mean, it's basically a form of cheating. So I would encourage you to figure out what works best, but I would honestly stick with these guys. I can get the answer far faster than someone on an aviation-oriented calculator just because the menus and everything are there. So once again, the Rod Machado book is the one that I would recommend. There is a link. You can actually go to the store, and I think Travis has linked it for us directly into his website, the author's website. It all comes from him, not from us. You can also check on Amazon and elsewhere. You can also get the digital copy as well. That's probably the fastest way. And the other components that are recommended here, and I would encourage you guys to get these or find them in a local store. If you go to the Welcome Start Here, instead of lesson 1, it's basically on the upper left-hand corner of whatever you guys are currently looking at. You will see at the bottom the same materials that are listed here and the recommendations. Once again, we're not an aviation supply store. We don't ship them out. These are all, you can find them at, Amazon, or you can find them at Sporties, which is a major national dealer. You can find them at Spruce, and we gave you a couple of other links as well in there. So do your due diligence, make sure that you're getting the best deal and the best price. Shop around. If you know a pilot, borrow it from a friend for a day or two, because we will be going through these in detail, and it's very helpful to kind of have these at your fingertips. So once again, the Rod Machado book or a similar pilot handbook, I would recommend sometime this week. And then in addition to that, if you guys want to do the flight planning, and I guarantee you, you're going to need these anyways. These are like bare minimum things that you would need in order to become a pilot anyways. Just have them by the 4th week. So you have until basically July 23rd before we actually go through and start doing the flight planning sections for you. Okay. Yeah. If you got the first edition, it's still good. There's not much that changes between now and then, except for maybe ADS-B and those types of things. The other thing that we also have is we actually put together the course material. If you want just all of the documentation from this course, this book, which is actually fairly thick, this is all of the quizzes, the tests, the notes, the 120 pages of notes. This is something that we put together internally as a group that basically covers everything as well. You can find this in the section, and we used to print these. We were cutting down trees, unfortunately, but at this point, we just do it via PDF. So that's something you can also find in the store as well. So if you are more of a hands-on person and want all of these documents kind of at your fingertips, it's a great kind of resource for you about everything that we're going to be covering. And it definitely goes above and beyond what you are required to know. Okay. If anybody here is looking for that ISBN number, I apologize. My head was hiding it from you guys. In addition to that, for people that were purchasing the lifetime membership as an added incentive, we actually have extra Rod Machado books, E6Bs, and plotters. So basically, the staff is going to do a drawing on Monday, and out of anybody who basically purchased, and we will send those to you basically by Tuesday. So we'll just use your mailing address on file. But we'll remind you and let you guys know as well. But I think we've got about a dozen things to give away for that. All right. Continuing on to the next thing, we also have some free materials for you. So the FAA, being the federal government they're kind enough to write publications, and you can absolutely use these as well in place of Rod Machado, if at all. If finances are a problem or anything else, I would at least get or take a look at these books that we have here on the right and the left. So these are both FAA publications. The book on the left is called the PHAK, or the Pilot's Handbook of Aeronautical Knowledge. And this is really the book that you would want to reference for the purpose of this class. So this gives you all of the theory, the airport operations, aerodynamics. This was also the lesson in the chapters that I sent out in PDF form for those that received the email, basically saying, hey, this is what you probably want to at least thumb through, because this is what we're covering for aerodynamics on Monday. So the FAA does a really good job. It's actually in full color. It is 100% free. You can download it from the FAA website, and we've actually downloaded the select chapters for you and put it in the homework section in addition to the Rod Machado chapters. So if you're waiting for your Rod Machado book, or you have no intention of getting a book, you can always take a look at these. At the end of the day, the material that we teach, whether it's myself or Rod or another instructor, we all teach the same standards and we all teach the same material. It really just comes down to our teaching styles. So you may prefer one over the other. I don't take any offense to it, but that's really all it comes down to. The blue book on the right-hand side is called the Airplane Flying Handbook. So this sucker is really there to walk you through all the different flight maneuvers and the skills that are required once you actually get in the airplane. So basically the one on the left, the PHAK, is all the stuff on the ground. The one on the right, the blue book, is all the stuff that you would do in the air. Because of the limited time during this class or this course, we actually don't have time to cover any of the maneuvers or anything that we would actually be doing in the airplane, like pre-flights. That is stuff that you'd actually cover with your instructor one-on-one. We have a course on that for our lifetime members, which is the flight course that we do have. And if you are a physical person, you like to highlight and write and those types of things, these books are printed by companies like ASA. So you have the ability to buy these for 20 or 30 bucks. I think they're on Amazon's website, or you can go to the ASA website as well. That's a big aviation supply company. But once again, if you're comfortable with digital products, they're completely free because they are produced by the federal government. Okay, so I would encourage you to take a look at it. It's a little dry. It's not going to be as fun as reading some of the jokes from Rod, but at the same time, it will get you from A to B through the course. All right, so that basically takes care of the information in terms of what the course materials are. That's it. We're not trying to sell you on a bunch of stuff you don't need. When it comes to getting to the airplane, you know, you can think about flight bags and all the other stuff and all the fun little tools and stuff that everybody wants to sell you. But for the purpose here, it's pretty simple. It's just kind of some type of textbook and the material that you're going to need for the flight planning phase. For some of our fancier people out there, once you guys kind of get in the cockpit, this is kind of the latest and the greatest. This is where aviation has been moving for the last 5, 6, 7 years now. There are apps, and this is definitely not a requirement for you, but I just want to make sure, because we occasionally talk about ForeFlight every now and then. This is ForeFlight. This is actually an app, a specific flight planning app that we use, or what's called an electronic flight bag, or an EFB that we use on our iPads. Obviously, if you're an Android user, we've got another product out there very similar to this, but it's called Garmin Pilot. And then there's some other companies out there like FlyQ and others that also provide these types of programs as well. If you end up using an electronic flight bag, they're incredibly helpful, but you honestly don't need it until mainly, you know, as you get closer to your cross-country flight training. That's when I encourage my students to do it. But once again, this is where the industry is kind of headed. By the time you guys are moving on through your private pilot, I'm pretty sure everybody will want to adopt something like this. But this will give you, you know, all of your charts in electronic format. It does all of your flight planning. It gives you weather information. It does your aircraft calculations, your weight and balance. It also is an electronic logbook as well. Like I said, this one is specifically for Apple. And then there's also another one if you are an Android user, tablet user. Don't worry about this too much, but I just want to kind of make you guys aware of that it's no longer really just paper charts and things, because these charts, they need to be updated every either 56 days or 6 months. And you can imagine it's just a ton of paper and things that we have to carry around. So this is kind of where everybody leans to moving forward. All right, so let's talk about what are the requirements to become a private pilot. So once again, for this class, there are no requirements. It does not matter your age, you know, or even if you intend on becoming a pilot, everyone is more than welcome to sit through our classes. So here are the FAA requirements. So in order to actually become a pilot, you do have to be 17 years of age. You can start flying at any point in time. If you want to start flying at 12 and logging the hours, you can absolutely do that. but you can't actually sit for the final exam, what we call the check ride, until you become 17. You have to read, write, and basically speak fluent English. You need to obtain a third-class medical. I will cover that here in just a minute. This is the one that everyone, the reason why you guys are all here, receive and log ground training from an authorized flight instructor or complete a home study course. So you guys are basically checking off that box, and we're also helping to prepare you for the official FAA knowledge test. So the knowledge test, once again, is 60 questions, 2.5 hours, and for the FAA, you need a 70% or better. Keep in mind, you want to get as high as you can. The lower that you get, if you get like right at 70, your check ride with the examiner is going to be a little bit more difficult than someone that got, high 80s or 90s. You will have to have a certain amount of flight experience, and I'll go through that here in a minute. And that's a total of 40 hours. And then finally, after you're done with all of that, you don't just get to take an internet class and get to fly an airplane. You actually need to fly in the airplane for 40 hours, and then you will actually have a what we call a check ride. The check ride is composed of two different components. The first component is called the oral, and the oral is very much like a Q&A, and it's very scenario based. Prove to me that we can fly this airplane for today's check ride. What type of documents are required for you to be carried as a pilot? They'll also kind of cover things like, well, based upon the weather that you've pulled for the flight today, what do you think, and how did you plan for the flight, and all of those types of questions. You guys will be more than comfortable answering those by the time we're actually done with this class. After you pass that, and keep in mind, that oral prep class that we have as part of the private pilot, for the lifetime members, it's actually designed to get you through that portion of it. And the average oral was usually somewhere between 2 to 5 hours. I think the fastest oral that I've had a student do in the past was 45 minutes, start to finish, which was pretty quick. And we basically give you guidelines in terms of how to get through it and what information is required and what do you need to know, what do you not need to know. Finally, after that, you're then going to continue on the same day and basically do your practical. So there's a number of different things that you have to do in terms of different types of takeoffs, different types of landing, emergency procedures. We'll also basically have you do different types of maneuvers, steep turns, slip the landings, all sorts of different things. And you basically get one shot to show the examiner that you know how to do it correctly. So that will typically last between an hour to an hour and a half in the airplane, depending on how busy the airspace is and how quickly you get off the ground and how quickly you can get it over with. So it is basically a half a day event, but at the very end, if everything goes well, the examiner is then going to hand you a piece of paper, which is your temporary certificate, and then your real certificate, your green plastic card, will come in the mail about 30 to 60 days later, sometimes 90. So here is the flight requirements. So I want to keep in mind, and I'll kind of gear you guys down towards the bottom here. The minimum flight time is going to be 40 hours. So for anybody here looking at a flight school based upon price, and you think that this is a really, really cheap cost, keep in mind, sometimes these flight schools, they cheat a little bit and they like to put the minimum flight time, which is 40 hours. Realistically, the national average for people is about 65 to 75 hours in the airplane in order to become proficient. I've had in the past, in my instructing experience, I've had students do it right around 42 or 43 hours. And I've also had the extreme of students in like the 110, 120 hour range. It just depends on how quickly people, things are picked up and those types of things. So just keep that in mind. The way that those 40 hours are broken down is we have something called dual instruction, and dual instruction is a minimum of 20 hours. And anytime we use the word dual, that means that you're with a flight instructor. Okay. So you're going to have to do 3 hours of cross-country flight training, and cross-country flight training is not flying from LA to New York. Cross-country is defined as 50 nautical miles away from your primary airport with a landing, and that's based on straight line distance. You're also going to have to fly at night for 3 hours, and you're going to have to do one cross-country of 100 nautical mile total distance, basically there and back. And then also 10 TO is takeoff and landings to a full stop at some type of airport within the traffic pattern. You'll also need 3 hours of flight training by reference to instruments. This is where we basically put these special glasses on you where it forces you to not, or basically doesn't force you, basically you can't see outside. You're not going to be able to see outside. We're basically going to train you to fly the airplane solely by looking at the panel and not using outside references. And that's really critical. You know, in the event you accidentally went into a cloud for whatever reason, then at least hopefully you've got some basic training that you can rely on to turn around and get out of it. You need 3 hours within the last 60 days prior to your practical test, and that's that. And then you're going to need 10 hours in the airplane by yourself. So this is where we wave goodbye and, you know, you are basically cleared to go. So that does include 5 hours of solo cross-country flying. And part of that flying is you're going to have to do one cross-country flight, about 150 nautical miles with 3 full stop landings. Basically, a full stop landing is coming to a complete stop at the airport. And this usually takes a couple hours to do by yourself. And then you also need the 3 takeoff and landings. They have to be at an operating control tower as well. The other hours that are kind of come out of that beyond the 5 hours of solo cross country is you just need 5 hours by yourself in the airplane. Usually this is when you're working towards the check ride. You know, you don't need the expense, and also you don't need the instructor there. So you're basically working on the maneuvers and your landings, takeoffs, different things, emergency procedures. And we're really just trying to get you, you know, you're trying to really get proficient and polished, so that way when you see the examiner, you have no issues. Okay. So the way that this will typically work, just to kind of give you guys an idea, is you can start off with a discovery flight. You can go down and find your local flight school. Usually there's like a discount to do like a 1-hour discovery flight. It's usually what I would recommend. It's really not based off of the flight school. You know, the flight school is there to manage the planes and bill you and do the maintenance and that type of stuff. And the scheduling. I would highly recommend trying to find the right flight instructor, one that you are comfortable with. We all have different personalities. You're going to be stuck with this individual in a very small space for a long period of time. So make sure that you guys you like their teaching style. You guys understand each other, or gals, whatever instructor you end up with. And I think that's the most critical thing, because a bad flight instructor is going to give you a bad experience. We don't want that. And also remember, you hire them, you can fire them. If you're not happy with your flight instructor, you can always find a new flight instructor. You're not stuck with them until the end of time. So don't fight with that misery, okay? There's definitely people that should be instructing, and there's definitely people that are just doing it to get hours so they can go to the airlines, and they really don't have an interest in teaching. So make sure that whoever you find, you know, is going to be compatible with your learning style, and also, you know, you get along with them fairly well. What will end up happening is it's really 3 phases. Okay. So your first phase when you go to the airport is really your pre-solo phase. So what we're trying to do, and what your instructor is going to do, is basically take you up to a couple thousand feet. They're going to make sure that you can control the airplane. You can do turns and climbs and descents. They're also going to work on emergency procedures, having you fly really, really slow. We call that slow flight. They're also going to work on different types of stalls. And then once they're kind of comfortable that you have control and some basic information, then they're going to take you a little bit closer to the ground and typically work on ground reference maneuvers. So you'll typically do like a box pattern, or circles around a field, or an intersection, whatever is local to you. And then finally, once they're comfortable with that and you can control your altitude, you'll typically go to the local airport, and you're going to work on touch and goes, basically taking off and landing repeatedly. The average for students is about 100 takeoff and landings, based off of my old students that I used to have. And typically I would say that that's usually the average in terms of getting them to solo. And then at that point, once the instructor is good to go, you're going to get a bunch more endorsements in your logbook. They'll say goodbye, shut the door, and then you're on your own. Okay. So that's the first time you're going to be out and about without an instructor. It's not going to last very long. Typically they let you go for a couple laps, and then we hop back in and we got other things to work on. The second phase is really working on cross country. So this is where they're going to go out with you. They're going to take you to different airports, have you continue to work on radio communications, flight following, loss procedures, and those types of things, taking you to different environments, checking the weather, doing flight planning and all that stuff. And then they're going to sign you off so that way you can do your own cross country flights. And it's called a day of endorsement, meaning that every single day that you have to do a cross country flight, they got to check your weather and your flight plan, and then they'll sign you off. And that's when you're going to work on all your flight planning stuff and actually do your cross country solos. Then the final phase, the third phase, if you want to call it that, is really just prepping you for your check ride. This is where they are trying to polish you so that way you can do everything perfect the first time. They're getting you ready for the oral. They are getting all the things squared away that, you know, might have been swept under the rug in the past. So that way, when it comes to your check ride, that you are ready to go. So that is it in a nutshell. Students have done it as quickly. I've seen very few students do this in about 30 days, which is like flying every single day for 30 days, basically. The average, though, for most people, I've seen most students do it in 3 or 4 months, and I've seen people do it in 6 to 12 months. So depends on your budget and everything else. So keep that in mind. Okay. All right. So going back here with the certification and so forth, we have a document that the FAA provides us. It's called the Airman Certification Standards. And what this does is it's a document that basically tells you, the applicant, the instructor, and also the evaluator is what you must know, do, and consider in order to pass both the knowledge and the practical tests. So the way that this course was built was not just pulling random knowledge out of the sky and saying this is what you need to know. We actually build it and mold it around the FAA certification standards to make sure that you guys are going to be comfortable with the written and everything else. So it's the same thing when you guys are working on basically different types of flight maneuvers and those types of things. All of the standards are located within this document, and we do put it under the download section as well if you want to take a look at it. The way that this works, though, is that you are basically being evaluated on one area of knowledge, one of risk management, and then all of the skills. Okay. So for example, if we wanted to test you, we would say, what can you do or what can you not do, which is known as your privileges and limitations as a private pilot. That's a fair question that the examiner can ask, and we'll cover that with time. The other thing too that you're also going to see is that you're going to find these knowledge codes on the left-hand side here. So the knowledge code, for example, this one, Papa Alpha India Alpha Kilo 2. In the event you missed an FAA test question on your official FAA exam, you would get these little testing codes at the very top, and your instructor will have to review it with you. Whether you pass it or not, you're still going to have to review it prior to your check ride. And what it will tell you, or the instructor, is basically, okay, the student missed something with privileges and limitations. It doesn't give us the exact question. It just kind of points the subject area so we can basically hone in on whatever the deficiency is. And that way we can continue to work on it. So this document is, about 60 or 70 pages. And most students are kind of unaware of it, but this is what your test is based off of. If it's not located in the ACS, technically the examiner can't ask you. So a couple study tips. The way that this course was designed is it's not designed to teach you the written test. I'm not here to say, if you see this, this is A, that's B, and this is C. I'm trying to make you guys safe, proficient pilots. And remember, consistency is the key here. What I would encourage you guys to do is take advantage of all the quizzes and the tests. I would also, encourage you guys to take them over and over. You don't need to just take them once. You can take these quizzes and tests as many times as you need. The test questions are always going to reset. They're going to pull different questions from the testing database. Okay, so we don't give them to you all at once. Right now, we've got about 900 FAA test questions within the database that we've uploaded for you. So we've done all the work. You also, if there's something that you just don't understand or you can't identify why you keep missing it, take a screenshot and email us, or basically open up a help desk ticket, and we'll see if we can walk you through it. That's really our purpose here. Also, feel free to make use of the Facebook group. So 9,400 people are currently in there right now. A lot of them are CFIs. We have our staff in there. If you want a really, really quick response, that's probably the fastest place to get it. And a lot of people are just helping out other people as well. So if you have a test question, you can always post it in there as well and see if you can get a response. You'll typically get a response in like 3 or 4 minutes. We'll go into more detail about the testing supplement, but it is wise to take a look at it. The first couple pages have the legend in it, and that can actually help you answer test questions. And finally, you do not need to know everything. A lot of this stuff is foundational. You don't need to write down every single word that I state throughout the course. Okay. Those 60 questions, by the way, on your FAA exam are basically broken into the following. So you can see that pretty much all of them are 5 to 10%, except for safe and efficient operations. But we will cover every single one of these areas here, regulations all the way down to pre-flight actions. So that way you guys are more than comfortable in order to basically pass the FAA exam. Okay. All right. Continuing on here. Let's go ahead and take a look at those medical requirements here. So you do not need a medical for this class, but you will, and you don't actually need it for your first flight either. You do need a medical by the time you are released to fly by yourself in the airplane. So you'll need a student pilot license and also some type of FAA medical. And the FAA does suggest that you get your medical before you start flight training. Flight training is an expensive endeavor. And, if you do have any type of limitations or anything that might prohibit you from flying, it's wise to kind of find that out ahead of time, if at all possible. Now, the FAA medicals, they come in 3 different flavors. It's the first, second, and third class. The only one that you are required to have is called a third class medical. And that's good enough for the purposes of a student pilot, recreation, or private pilot. So for those of you fortunate enough to be less than 40 years of age, your medical is going to be valid for a whopping 5 years, or what we would say 60 calendar months. And for those of you, unfortunately, over 40, it's only going to be valid for about 24 calendar months. You can find an FAA doc at the following location, and this link is below this video. It's basically called an Aviation Medical Examiner, and we can use the AME locator. You can't just go to any doctor and get them signed off. It does have to be a specific doctor through the FAA. Now, in the event you want to become a professional pilot, you can always do a first or second class. The second class is for commercial pilots, and for all the airline folks out there, they're required to have a first class medical. So typically for most, the prices are usually the same when you go and see these guys. So if you're interested in seeing if you could qualify for an ATP first class, basically if you want to be an ATP pilot, an airline transport pilot, you can go all the way to the first class medical. And that will also work. Basically anything third class or above is going to work for these purposes. Now, for those of you saying, well, I've got medical issues, diabetes, or anything else, we're not doctors here. I can't tell you what will pass or what will not pass, but based on my experience, with previous students, I have seen students that are colorblind. There are folks that are amputees that fly. People with diabetes fly. People who have heart attacks have flown. It's not like it used to be 40 years ago, where basically if you had a sniffle, you're basically cut out of the mix here. There's a lot of things that can happen. And at the end of the day, you can typically get what's called a SOTA, which is basically like a statement or demonstration. And effectively what ends up happening is you can basically get a waiver from the FAA. There's very, very few things nowadays that will disqualify you. But once again, I always would have you call an AME. A lot of times you can call and just ask the question and see what their thoughts are before you even make an appointment as well. Okay. So, it is worthwhile. I wouldn't just say you're done because you've had one thing versus another. Okay. All right, your student pilot license. Once again, this is something that you can work on ahead of time. It's on the IACRA website, and the IACRA is basically a nickname or a shortened abbreviation for the Integrated Airman Certification and Rating Application System through the FAA. It is a government website. You will need a student pilot license before you operate an airplane by yourself. So once again, you're going to need your medical and also your student pilot license. And you don't need to run out and get it right away. Most people don't solo till 10 or 15, sometimes 20 hours into their flight training. So that could be a month or two or more. But it does take a month or so to get your FAA student pilot license. In order to get it, you need to be 16 years of age. And then, of course, if you're doing a balloon or glider, you'll be a little younger, 14 years. You have to be able to speak, read, and understand English. And it's kind of a 2-part process. What you would do is you would navigate to that website. Once again, you don't need to write these down. They're all located beneath this video. You can then click on the register button in the right-hand side, click on that, and then it'll ask you for some personal information. This is a government website. It will ask you for your social, date of birth, and a number of other things, including security questions to set up account and your permanent mailing address. When you do that, at that point, once you're all set up, you can actually start an application for a student pilot, fill out whatever it is specifically asking for, and then you need to track down an instructor that can sign it, okay? We cannot sign it here at this school. It has to be done in person because they're verifying your identity. They need to actually see your government issued ID, and it has to be valid. They're also checking that you're proficient and can speak English at at least at a minimal operational level. Okay. So we always get requests for it. We can't do it. Plus you're also countersigning the online form digitally with that instructor in front of them. Unfortunately, you can't do that digitally. Okay. So you can go down to any local flight school. It usually takes 5 or 6 minutes, and you're going to get something called an FTN number once you submit the application. Typically when you log in the upper left-hand corner, and that's your tracking information. So all you would do is go to a flight school, provide that FTN number. You know, they'll basically pull up your application, verify your identity. They'll have you countersign it, and then your temporary will become available on the site, I think within 48 to 72 hours ish, plus or minus. And then after that, you know, the plastic card will come in the mail. So typically it's been about 30 to 60 days. During the pandemic, a couple months ago, it was a little bit longer than that. All right, so my last little tips here in terms of how you can train efficiently is obviously number one, participate in ground school. What you guys are doing right now is a huge, huge saver of money. And you can either do this ahead of time or you can actually do this in conjunction if you want to start flying. But number one is going to reinforce your skills, and you're actually going to know what the heck you're doing once you actually walk into that cockpit as well. Try to work with your flight instructor and plan ahead. Try to read and review the materials on the ground before the flight and try to stay ahead of the class. The reason why I say this is twofold. Number one, flight instructors are just like lawyers. When you show up, the bill starts, okay? Your fare starts. So if you're asking all these questions at $70 an hour, it's going to get very, very expensive when it doesn't have to. If you can get from your flight instructor and work out a plan, all right, we're going to work on slow flight next week, and I'm going to go ahead and read on slow flight and basically walk myself through the maneuver, do a little bit of chair flying, which is basically sitting in front of a poster and kind of thinking about and, you know, mimicking the motions and maneuvers of what you would do in the airplane without being in the airplane. Secondly, the airplane is the worst place to learn. I'm sorry, but it's fun, but it's definitely the worst place to learn. At $150 an hour plus an instructor, if you ask a question and the instructor is explaining it to you for 5 minutes with the engine running, that is like a $20 question right there. Okay, so if you can do the majority of this ahead of time, like you know, on Wednesday we're going to talk about aircraft systems and flight instruments. By the time we're done with Wednesday, you'll have a pretty good idea of what you're looking at inside the cockpit, and you know, that saves quite a bit of money right there. So I would encourage everybody to kind of get, you know, do as much as you can, come prepared, spend your time wisely, think about your questions. If you start asking a lot of questions in the airplane, it's expected, but at the same time, just keep in mind that it's very, very expensive. Anytime that Hobbs meter is running, it is billing you. Try if you can. It depends on your financial budget, but the more you fly, 2 to 3 times per week, preferably, the less you're going to forget. This is very much like math or anything else. It's very much a use it or lose it type environment. If you can only afford to fly once a week, then by all means, it is possible. Just keep in mind that if you go a week or two between lessons, typically the first 20, 30 minutes of our lesson, we actually have to recap because you kind of forgot stuff from the previous week. So it does take longer. And then finally, a lot of people don't agree with this, but stick with traditional training aircraft. So Cessna and Pipers, they're kind of the two most common ones. They're a high wing and low wing. The reason why I say that is, yes, it is awesome to fly the latest and greatest G1000 with the TV screens and all these bells and whistles and autopilot and everything else. The reality is in my experience previous to this, if you had a student with all these bells and whistles, they spent more time staring at those TV screens, and then the instructor would just turn them off because they need to keep their eyeballs outside. 90% of your time, your vision needs to be outside the airplane, not inside the airplane. Okay. So the other reason why is that the faster and cooler systems, not to pick on them, they are great planes. So whether they're the Diamonds or the Cirruses or, you know, even G1000 aircraft, which are like with the TV screens, they typically take longer to learn because there's more systems to learn. There's more button pushing. There's more menus. And in addition to that, they typically fly faster than the traditional trainers for the most part. So if you're cruising along in a Cirrus at 180 knots, trying to do maneuvers, or let's say that you're still a student pilot and you're approaching a towered airport at 180 knots and you completely forgot how to call the controller, okay, and you're freezing. Well, you only have like a couple seconds to think about it versus that little putt-putt Cessna, which is going half that speed. You can slow that thing way back, and honestly, it's going to give you more time to kind of think about things, and you know, things. It's going to give you just more time, period. Okay. On the flip side of that, if you're a student that is only going to fly a Cirrus or is going to buy a Cirrus or is in the process of buying one or something along those lines, then obviously you can disregard that advice. Once again, I would stick with the airplane that you intend to fly at the end, but also remember you can start with the traditional stuff, get your license, and then it's actually a pretty quick, you know, transition to kind of go through and learn all the other fancier stuff moving forward. Okay. All right. So with that, let's go through a couple other things and we'll take a break here. So just as a reminder, this is just a quick overview of what you can do with your license. You can even fly if you've got $4 or $5 million bucks, this cool Pilatus PC-12 here with a couple extra endorsements. You can actually pick one of these up. So what can you do? And keep in mind, we will cover exactly what you can and can't do, during regulations. And we're going to talk about regulations next Monday. So the majority of folks out there are going to get their private pilot license. And that's really the one that gives you the most opportunity to fly, both, domestically in the United States, but you can also fly internationally as well. There are some other licenses as well. So there is a sport pilot license and a recreation pilot. The recreational pilot, there's very, very few of them. I think there's less than 200 in the United States. And typically, this was when in the 1950s, the government thought and Cessna thought that everybody would be flying to work. So they came out with this cool recreational pilot license where you could fly basically within 50 miles of your primary airport. So not a lot of people go that route. The sport pilot, is a different route as well. So that is going to be more of a limitation of flying what is known as a light sport aircraft. It's a two-seater within a weight limit. I think it's like 1,600-ish pounds or less. Actually, less than that, 14 something. But basically, the private pilot is one who flies for pleasure or personal business without accepting compensation for flying. So you cannot be compensated because that is really going to be a commercial license, which is something you can get in the near future. But you can be reimbursed under certain circumstances, and we'll talk about those. So what you can do is you can fly as what we would call the pilot in command, or basically have command of any aircraft for non-commercial purposes and actually fly with under, or what we call VFR, which is visual flight rules, meaning that there's certain distances that we need to stay away from a cloud and certain visibility requirements, and we'll cover those on Friday. Now you do have the ability to basically fly unlimited amount of passengers and or cargo, as long as it's not for hire, so not for commercial purposes, as long as you're not being compensated in any way. And you can actually get you can share the costs with your passengers. So if I'm flying with someone and let's say our entire flight rental was $100. If I'm not that nice, I could say, well, just give me $50. Now I can't do anything more than that. That's what the pro rata share is. It's basically sharing the equal cost of the flight expenses. So that would include fuel or rental cost, those types of things. I could split that. So there's another body in there. I could split it 50-50. If I've got 4 people, it's 25%, 4 ways. As long as I am not basically profiting in the commercial sense, I can't have them pay $51 and me pay $49. Okay. And it doesn't have to be cash. You could use any number of circumstances that you want to think about. You could say that we're going to fly to Vegas and your buddy is getting the Bellagio suite for $20,000 a night. And, they're going to compensate you that way. The question is who would know? And reality is probably no one, but if you're in front of an examiner, it's still not an equal trade when you look at it for the purposes of compensation. There are other ways that you can be compensated. We'll get into those in the future, such as like search and rescue operations, or if you're basically flying for a recognized, or what we call an IRS recognized 501c3 charity, you can get basically compensated, not for your time, but actually for the operating cost of the flight. Okay. So before we continue, I will, and we'll take a break here in just a sec, but while this is still fresh in your mind, just as a quick reminder, sorry guys, wrong button. Just as a quick reminder here, if you're on our website in the chat, because we always have people, I'm going to give you your first FAA test question. Please do not answer in the chat. If you really, really want to answer, just write it down on a piece of paper. I still have the example question up. So if you look to my left here, underneath the type of message, there's a vote button. The question will appear and you'll basically have the ability to basically plug in A, B, or C. Once you're done, you can either wait for the final results or you can click the X button. Unfortunately, for those on YouTube or Facebook, we do not have this ability. You can write it down on a piece of paper. Just try not to give away the answer to your fellow student. So with that, here is your very, very first FAA test question. Let me go ahead and open up the poll. Let me go ahead and close the old one here. So stand by. All right. In regards to privileges and limitation, a private pilot may, is it A, not pay less than the pro rata share of the operating expense of a flight with passengers, provided the expense involve only fuel, oil, airport expenditures, or rental fees? B, act as a pilot in command of an aircraft carrying a passenger for compensation if the flight is in connection with a business or employment? Or C, not be paid in any manner for the operating expenses of a flight. You guys, about 30 or 60 seconds on that. Try, remember, do not answer in the chat. All right, got the first 20% of the class in. See if you guys are paying attention. Remember, do not answer in the chat. Please do not answer in the chat. Use the vote button. After this, we'll take a quick break. And then basically when we come back, that is pretty much everything I wanted to cover with, getting a private pilot license, at least my 2 cents in my experience if I had to do it over. We're going to move into aircraft components, and then we'll talk about aerodynamics moving forward. So still quite a bit to cover. In the event we don't finish something, we just kind of pick it up on the next lesson. It's built in as kind of a buffer with these classes where it's just natural that some things will kind of blend into the next lesson if it needs to happen. All right, got about 50% of the class in. You guys are still kicking out there. Yeah, unfortunately, folks, it does not allow you to change your answer, so choose wisely, as they say. About 75% in, just waiting for a few stragglers. It always takes a little longer on the first couple of questions, so that way you guys can get used to it. It will be faster in the near future here. You guys will become pros. Awesome. We still have our East Coasters still alive out there. Once again, in the event, I know that the East Coast, it gets a touch late there. If at any point in time you have to drop off, you're not hurting my feelings, and you can always catch what you missed. We'll have that recording up probably an hour or two afterwards, or you can catch it first thing in the morning on our website. So where you guys are currently logged in, lesson number 1, it's going to be, instead of the live stream will be located there, you'll actually have the recorded video from start to finish as well. Okay. All right, just waiting for a few more stragglers. Got a lot of people answering right now. Yep, we're still here. Trying to save my voice in between. All right, I apologize if I cut off anybody that was trying to answer. You guys have plenty more of, plenty of opportunities to answer additional test questions here, but we've got 83% of the class with A, 8% with B, and the other portion of the class with C. So majority of the class with 83% has it correct. It is basically that first one, which is A, not pay less than the pro rata share of the operating expenses of a flight with passengers, provided the expenses involve only fuel, oil, airport expenditures, or rental fees. So what we're going to do now, because I went a little bit over my break, is let's go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. When we come back, we're going to move on to aerodynamics. We probably won't finish it, but we'll get through 60, 70%. We'll finish up whatever we need to on Wednesday. So stretch your legs, and I'll see everybody back here in 5. right, everybody. Welcome back. How's everyone doing out there? Still hanging in there? A lot of information. Yep. I completely agree with you. All right, so for this last hour here, we're going to start moving into the aircraft components and also aerodynamics. Like I said before, if we don't finish anything, we will get to it on Wednesday before we cover aircraft systems. Same time, same place. And I understand for our East Coasters out there, if you need to drop off, by all means, you can always catch the replay. So once again, the replay is going to be in the exact same location that you guys are currently at for lesson number 1. So obviously the live stream will be ended, and then we replace that with the recorded video. That usually goes up an hour or two after whenever the live stream ends. Okay, so we'll try to end this in the next hour or so. So whatever we can accomplish between now and then, we'll do the best that we can. And like I said, there's always a buffer built into these classes. For those that were looking for basically the lifetime membership, it's available in the store. And I think the moderators can throw that in the chat as well. And the first 100 is still in there. Basically that first 100 people who purchased will get the 1 hour of instruction for free. That's still available. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead, and before I move on, this is the last slide within this section here. So just so you guys know the normal progression of if you're actually ending up to go to the ATP level, you have your private pilot. After the private pilot, you would normally take your instrument rating, which allows you to fly through the clouds. And then you'll usually get to your commercial license. And then from your commercial license, the average, or actually the minimum for your commercial, is about 250 hours of flight time. But this is usually also where we like to say that you stop buying flight time. So you have a number of different options. Once you become a commercial pilot, you could become a flight instructor at that point. You could fly corporate, you could fly skydivers, you could fly business jets, whatever opportunities that you want, basically after you become a commercial. The fastest way to get to the airlines is typically as a CFI instructing others, but I only encourage that to people who like teaching at the end of the day. If you're looking to go to the airlines and actually fly at a 121 or 135 carrier, that is, then you'll want your ATP license, which is your airline transport pilot license. And this is a minimum of 1,500 hours before they hire you. Okay, so that is the ATP right there. All right, so that is kind of what you can expect as in a nutshell, and everybody does it. You know, the paths really diverge from commercial pilot. Usually people will go get their multi-engine license at that point. And then they kind of, choose to either fly charter or corporate, or maybe they just want to drop skydivers on the weekends, or pipeline patrol, or photography, or the drone pilots out here in California. It's kind of cool. They chase all those military drones in a Cessna, things like that are kind of unusual. But some people want to become professional pilots. That would be your airline transport pilot license, or what we would call an ATP license. That would be the highlight of everything. Okay. College and all that other stuff. You do not need a college degree at any point. But if you do want to be hired by a major airline, the regionals do not require college degrees. They just require a high school diploma. The major airlines, they require a high school diploma, but highly recommend a college degree if you want to fly for any major carrier, even low cost, anybody from Southwest to Delta or anything else. Okay. All right. So hopefully that gives you an idea of the process of, becoming a pilot, just kind of in a quick nutshell, as quick as I can make it. All right, moving on, we're going to talk about aircraft components. So it doesn't matter whether we're in an aircraft that's super small, like this, probably a Piper here, or if we're going to be talking about, a C-130. At the end of the day, there's usually going to be 5 components that we look at. So there's going to be some type of power plant. So we have the primary engine on most single engine trainers is going to be in the very front. And most of the time it's pulling us through the air. There is a couple out there like the Cessna Skymaster. I think it's a push pull where it actually has 2 engines. We have the fuselage, which is where all of the occupants live. So that's where we live as pilots. Also our passengers, our baggage, our cargo pretty much is within that area. We also have our landing gear, and the landing gear for most of us will be fixed, meaning it's always in the down position. Although in more advanced aircraft, you're going to have retractable landing gear that come up and down. We also have the wings in green, and the wing is really the thing that allows us to fly. Okay, we're going to talk a lot more about this in greater detail, but putting airflow over that shape of the wing, that specific design of the wing, that camber or shape, if you will, is what actually gets this airplane in the air. And then finally, we have what is known as the empennage. And the empennage is actually two different components that you can kind of see there. We have what is known as this little tail part that sticks up. That's our vertical stabilizer. And then this one, which goes all the way across, is called our horizontal stabilizer. In total, the entire thing is called an empennage. Now, whether we're looking at that or we're looking at a C-130, we would still have a fuselage. We have a cockpit, power plants. We have the wing, the flaps, the ailerons that basically control our roll that we'll talk about. There's the empennage with our vertical stabilizer, our horizontal stabilizer. We also have our elevators that allow us to go up and down. And that basically makes up the aircraft, right? Those are the basic components that you're basically going to find pretty much every aircraft out there, except for maybe one of those weird experimentals. So the way that we control an aircraft is, and it takes a little bit of getting used to. Here, as non-pilots, we're typically trapped in a 2D world. We can go right, left, roll. So we can also call this a banking motion. If I'm turning to the right or to the left, that's banking to the right, or rolling to the left. You can call it either or. And this is actually controlled by our ailerons, and we'll look at those here in a minute. The next one that we have is called the lateral. So if you were to basically draw a line straight through the center of the cockpit, following basically, the wings there, that is your lateral axis, and that controls your pitch. That will basically make you go up or down. Okay, and that is controlled by our elevators, and our elevators are actually at the very, very tail end here. Then finally, we have something which is called yaw. And if you just draw a straight line through the center of gravity of the cockpit, or wherever that happens to be, that is yaw, and that is actually controlled by our rudder. Okay, the rudder is the very, very tail end here on your vertical stabilizer. So each one of these we'll look at into a little bit greater detail. So the first one is going to be your elevator. So your elevator is what actually allows you to climb, basically gain altitude, or descend, lose altitude, basically pointing the nose up or down. In these cases, your elevator happens to be the very, very tail end here. So this right here, this entire surface that I'm basically pointing to, that is called your horizontal stabilizer. If we were to look at your horizontal stabilizer a little bit in more detail, you're going to notice the elevator, which basically sticks out from that horizontal stabilizer. And the pilot controls this with something called the yoke in the cockpit. So if we pull on the yoke and pull it towards our chest, the airplane is actually going to want to climb. And if we push the yoke away from our chest towards the control panel, or the firewall as we call it, then the airplane is going to want to descend. In the neutral position, or what we would call the trailing position, it will just basically be fairly level and in line with the horizontal stabilizer. But basically what ends up happening is it's actually deflecting air, and that's what actually moves, or basically creates the action of either a climb or a descent. The next one that we have is going to be the ailerons. Now with the ailerons, they are going to be at the very, very end of the wing. There's several different types of ailerons. We're not going to get into those, but basically an aileron is going to deflect air either up or down. And it's going to kind of do something that looks like this. So ailerons for general aviation airplanes are usually on the very, very end, and this is an exaggerated case. If I have this aileron, and if I was looking at it on the other side, that would be if I'm sitting in the cockpit, that would be my right aileron. If that thing is up, then my left aileron goes down, and it basically moves in proportion. Okay. So typically what ends up happening is if air is trying to go over the right-hand wing here, if I'm sitting in the cockpit once again, it's going to create a lot of drag, and it won't create as much lift. And what will end up happening is that wing will actually start to drop down. And the one on the left-hand side, sitting in the cockpit, is actually going to create a lot of lift, and that one is going to want to rise. And that's what gives us that rolling motion, or sometimes what we call a bank that we can control. And this is also controlled with our yoke. So instead of pushing forward or back, you just move the yoke to the right or to the left. So the more that I want to do it, or more that I want to deflect the ailerons, then what will end up happening is they'll move opposite one another. And the same thing applies if I had it moving in the opposite direction and I turn the yoke the other way, I might have one down and the other side up. And this is, of course, I'm trying to exaggerate this for you. For most of your maneuvers, you're going to see a small increase on one and a small decrease on the other, because they basically move in opposite directions. You're never really going to see this unless you're actually testing your flight controls or doing something fairly extreme, but that's just the general motion of it. Finally, we have that yaw axis on our rudder. So the rudder is actually controlled with our foot pedals. So just like you have in your car, you've got a gas and a brake. What we've got right by your feet is you actually have a right rudder. It's not a right rudder. It's basically a right control pedal and a left control pedal. And what ends up happening is if you step on it to the right, it's going to deflect the aileron to the right. And same thing with the left. It's going to deflect it in the opposite direction. It's effectively going to yaw the nose right or left. Okay. It also allows us to maintain coordinated flight and really kind of helps us with directional stability as we're flying along. Now, the rudder is actually on, very hard to see it in this image, but this right here that we can't really see very well, that is going to be the vertical stabilizer. And at the very, very end of the vertical stabilizer, we have the rudder, okay? The foot pedals, if you were to look inside the cockpit and you're to look kind of where your feet usually live, there's usually something that will look like big giant metal blocks, and that's what you step on. So if you step on the right, you step on the left. The other thing too is that most of these airplanes, the way that we brake on the ground and the way that we control our direction on the ground is we actually use those rudder pedals in order to steer. So when we're taxiing from point A to point B, if I want to go right, I step on the right rudder. If I want to go left, I step on the left rudder. If I want to brake, we have something called toe brakes, which means if we apply a lot of pressure at the very, very top of the pedals, it will actually apply brakes, and it's independent braking. Unlike your car, if you step on the brakes, all of your brakes, all 4 brakes are going to basically be applied at once. These are independent. So if you maybe have really, really strong right leg versus left leg, you might always find yourself turning to the right instead of the left. Very common problem. But it's kind of funny to watch everyone go into the airplane the first time. You guys are all trying to drive like cars, but that yoke, I promise you, is not going to do anything when you're on the ground. Okay. So when you're in the air, what will end up happening is that will control the rudder as well. And the nose wheel will just keep pointing straight. So basically, when you're on the ground, you have the weight of the aircraft, which is engaging the nose steering. Every airplane works slightly differently, but that's the basic premise behind it. So before we do a deep dive, we're going to do a basic dive, and we're going to watch this quick 7-minute video on basically the different aircraft parts that will reiterate it. We'll also talk a little bit more about aerodynamics in this video, and then we're going to talk about the theories of lift, and we'll go into the 4 forces moving forward. Okay. So if you have any questions, let us know. But we always try to find videos that we can play for you guys that will kind of reinforce things rather than just looking at PowerPoints and kind of drive the point home. All right, so let's go ahead and watch. And when we come back, we'll talk about it in greater detail.
If you have ever flown on an airplane, you know that it's an enormous-sized, amazing machine. A typical 747 can carry more than 500 passengers and weighs around 800,000 pounds when taking off. Yet it rolls down the runway at a speed of 290 kilometers per hour and, as though by magic, lifts itself into the air and can travel up to 13,000 kilometers without stopping. Incredible, isn't it? Today, we are going to learn how an airplane flies in a very simple way by going through the aerodynamics of an airplane, the main parts of an airplane, and controlling the airplane. The aerodynamics of an airplane. The 4 aerodynamics of an airplane are drag, thrust, weight, and lift. Drag, also called air resistance, refers to the forces acting opposite to the relative motion of any object moving with respect to a surrounding fluid. The energy it takes to push through the surrounding fluid creates drag. You may have noticed an excellent example of drag reduction in track cycling. The cyclist must push through the mass of air in front, but a streamlined sitting posture that cuts through the air more smoothly enables a cyclist to travel much faster, with less effort. The airplane always retracts its landing gear and nose gear into the body of the plane after takeoff to reduce drag. Thrust counters drag. It is a mechanical force that keeps the airplane moving in the air. Thrust is generated by propellers, jet engines, or rockets. The compressor inside the jet engine takes the air and compresses it, and after processing from the combustion chamber and turbine, the gas is blown out through the exhaust nozzle. Here, Newton's third law of motion is applied, where the gas is pushed backward and the engine is pushed forward. Weight is the airplane body, passenger, and luggage weight in total. Lift overcomes the weight and holds the airplane in the air. Lift is created mostly by wings to keep the plane aloft. So, to keep the airplane moving, flying straight, and level, this must be true, which means no net force acting upon an airplane. In any case, if drag is greater than thrust, the plane slows down. If thrust is greater than drag, the plane moves faster. If weight is greater than lift, the plane descends. If lift is greater than weight, the plane climbs. Parts of an airplane. The basic parts of an airplane are 1. Wings, 2. Horizontal stabilizer, and 3. Vertical stabilizer. The wing is the most important part of an airplane, since it produces lift that allows a plane to fly. A wing produces lift because of its slightly inclined and special shape, which is called an airfoil. This special shape is designed to deflect the air at the bottom of the wing due to more air strikes at the bottom and less air at the top of the wing. As the airplane rolls down the runway, higher pressure and more upward force produces below the wing, and lower pressure and lesser downward force above the wing. The net result is the lifting of an airplane. Stabilizer. Stability in an airplane is a tendency to return to its initial state after a disturbance from that state. Horizontal stabilizer performs this function when the disturbance force causes the nose of an airplane to move up or down. Such movement is called pitch. Vertical stabilizer provides stability for a disturbance in yaw. Yaw is side-to-side motion of the nose. Controlling the airplane. So what are the components in an airplane which control the flight, direction, and height, and maintain the equilibrium? It's elevator, rudder, and aileron. The elevator can be deflected up or down to produce a change in the downforce produced by the horizontal tail. If the elevator is deflected upward, it increases the downforce produced by the horizontal tail, causing the nose to pitch upward. If the elevator is deflected downward, then the counteracting force causes the nose to pitch down. The rudder can be deflected to either side to produce a change in the side force produced by the vertical tail. If the rudder is deflected towards the right, it creates a side force to the left, which causes the nose to yaw to the right. If the rudder is deflected towards the left, it creates a side force to the right, which causes the nose to yaw to the left. Ailerons are located on the tips of each wing. Ailerons can be used to generate a rolling motion for an aircraft. Ailerons usually work in opposition. If the right aileron is deflected upward, then left is deflected downward, and vice versa. Let's see this. To curve the flight path, the pilot deflects one wing to move up and the other wing to move down by controlling the ailerons. With the left aileron in downwards direction, the lift will increase, whereas at the same time, the aileron of the right wing is in the upward position. Therefore, lift on the right wing is decreased. The result will roll the aircraft to the right. If the pilot reverses the aileron deflection, right aileron down, left up, the right wing will lift up and the airplane will roll to the left. The next time you travel in an airplane, you'll know how it works. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please like and subscribe to my channel for more videos.
All right, guys, so hopefully that will give you a little bit more clarity. Trust me, we're going a lot more depth than what you see right there. But here is a test question relating to some of things we've talked about so far. It is open at this point. Please remember to answer in the poll. Use the vote function underneath the chat. If you're on Facebook or YouTube, I think the moderators are kindly asking you just write it down on a piece of paper. What is the purpose of the rudder on the airplane? Is it A, to control yaw, B, to control overbanking tendency, or C, to control roll? All right, answers are rolling in. I think we've got about 25% of the class in so far. All right, there's 50%. And 75%, just waiting for a few stragglers here. About 90%, just waiting for a few extra people. Thank you again for not putting it in the chat. Do appreciate it. Live classes are Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. You can adjust for whatever your local time is. All right, apologize if I cut off anybody. Might have missed one or two people there. We got 92% of the class with the correct answer. The correct answer is going to be A. It is to control yaw. A couple people on B, just a couple people on C there at 4%. Great job, everybody. All right, so let's talk about how an airplane flies. And honestly, it really comes down to the wing. The wing is the thing, okay? So it has a very special shape, and what we do is we call that a camber, and we basically have different portions that we'll talk about as well. So the shape of the wing is actually what allows us to get off the ground. And you can see in this wind tunnel here, we'll probably reference this a few different times, but what we've got is we basically have something called the smooth laminar airflow, which is effectively not towards the very end here, but at the very, very beginning, we have the air hitting the very front part of the actual wing itself, which is called the leading edge. And it basically shapes itself very, very nicely over the entire upper camber of the wing, or the upper portion of the wing, okay? And you can kind of see this wing, it keeps kind of climbing. It's kind of moving out of its original shape, and they're basically trying to show you a stall. And we'll talk about those a little bit more down the future. Before we do, we're going to take a nice visit back to your 8th grade science class here and talk about the laws of motion and Bernoulli's principle. So just as a quick reminder, we're going to talk about the Newton's three basic laws of motion. So the first law is every object will remain uniform unless acted upon by an external force. So an example of this is if we have an airplane, it'll actually move when a force is going to be applied to it. The second law is that force equals the mass times the acceleration. So the acceleration rate of an object is directly proportional to the applied force and inversely proportional to its inverse mass. So very simply, the more force that is applied, the faster we go, the greater the acceleration. And then finally, I think everyone remembers this one. The third law is for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So because of thrust, we actually have these things called left-hand turning tendencies. It's basically an opposite reaction. We're going to talk about those 4 different types of left-hand turning tendencies, why the airplane always wants to turn to the left. And it's actually a direct, correlation to the production of thrust on our piston engines. The next principle we're going to get into is a wonderful man named Bernoulli, and we call this Bernoulli's principle. In short summary here, very simply, this is called the venturi that we're looking at. And the venturi has a throat that basically narrows in the center. Okay, so we can clearly see that the center portion here is a bit narrower than the entrance or exit where the air is flowing. And this is basically kind of explaining the curvature of a wing and kind of how it's basically being affected. But effectively what ends up happening is if we look at the velocity and the pressure, on the first portion here, the velocity and the pressure are basically equal. But when the air is forced through this narrowing opening, or what is called the venturi portion or the venturi tube, the velocity actually increases while the pressure decreases, okay? And then on the final portion here, basically will normalize here, and the velocity and the pressure will go back to normal. So basically what we learned from this is that the velocity of the moving fluid increases and the pressure within the fluid decreases. Very simply, air goes faster, but the pressure decreases. And that's going to kind of come into play when we start talking about the wing and how everything is affected. So because of this, because of the shape of the wing, you actually have a couple different components. So very simply, the shape of the wing from the leading edge to the trailing edge, if you were to take a string and draw, basically have a string along the full length of the upper portion of the wing, which is known as the upper camber, you would basically have a string that would look something like this. If you take another piece of string and have one along the lower portion, or what we call the lower camber, you're going to realize that the string is a little bit shorter. The air actually has a greater distance to travel along the upper portion of the wing because of that curvature, which is basically a camber as we call it. And because of that, we have, because this is very much like a venturi when we look at Bernoulli's principle, the fast speed, we have air that's actually moving at a faster velocity on the upper portion of the wing and a slower velocity on the bottom portion of the wing. And thus, we have a low pressure on the top and a high pressure on the bottom, okay? And that's basically what pulls us up, if you will, okay? Because air is always going to want to try to equalize from high pressure to low pressure. And thus, very simply, lift is created. Okay, we'll go into a little bit more detail about the different parts of the wing here in a minute, but that is lift in a nutshell. It's basically all you need to know as a private pilot, okay? You have faster speed or faster velocity of air, which creates a low pressure system, and that is due to the curvature and the design of the upper camber of the wing. And then the lower portion of the wing, or the lower camber, is slower speed, higher pressure, and the air basically has a shorter distance to travel here. All right, so lift is created due to the shape of the wing. The engine is actually going to be providing the power, but it's actually the airfoil. And anytime we use the airfoil, that's a fancy way of saying the wing or also the propeller. Basically, a propeller or a wing could be called an airfoil. For the purpose of the engine, the actual propellers are airfoils, and that's actually converting the power into thrust, and that's what's actually pulling our aircraft forward. For most piston engines out there, 99%, it is pulling you through the air. It's not pushing you or anything else along those lines. The airfoil shape of the wing creates lift, and then as the speed builds lift, it's actually going to lift the airplane off the ground and get it airborne. And then, of course, we talked about the control surfaces. In order to manipulate the airplane to make it go up or down, we're basically changing the shape of the wing, whether it is the actual wing itself with the ailerons, or it could be the any of the other control surfaces in the empennage. That's basically allowing us to change the shape ever so slightly and allowing us to have control of the wing itself. So here are the different parts of a wing. We talked about the upper camber and the lower camber. The upper camber is basically this upper portion that we have here, and the lower camber is the lower portion of the wing right there, and it's just kind of the shape or design of the wing, and that's very, very important. You can't just have a random design. It's not going to actually create enough lift or be able to sustain lift to get it off the ground. The leading edge is very simply the very front part of the wing, and the trailing edge is the very back part of the wing. If you were to draw an imaginary line from the very, very front of the airplane through the leading edge all the way to the trailing edge, that is called the chord line. Okay, it's an imaginary line that basically goes all the way from the front part, the leading edge, to the trailing edge, and we call that the chord line. The other component of that is going to be called the relative wind. And the relative wind is essentially how is the wind hitting this front part or the leading edge, okay? And the difference between the angle of the relative wind and the chord line is known as the angle of attack. Very, very important. It's the angle of attack. So the reason why angle of attack is important is that if you exceed what is known as the critical angle of attack, the airplane will stall. Okay, and we'll talk more about stalls, and I got a kind of a cool video to show you with a stall in progress. So we'll get into that here in a little bit. So those are the different parts of a wing. So a couple of questions relating to that, see if we're paying attention. First one is going to be dealing with Bernoulli's principle. The next one is going to be dealing with the angle of attack. So which statement relates to Bernoulli's principle? A, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. B, an additional upward force is generated as the lower surface of the wing deflects air downward. C, air traveling faster over the curved upper surface of an airfoil causes lower pressure on the top surface. Got the first couple answers rolling in as we speak. I'll see if I have any more questions that I can answer here in the chat. Unfortunately, if you hit the wrong button on the vote, you're kind of locked in. So make sure you got the right choice here. And we'll try to conclude everybody in the next 30 minutes or so. We may not get through everything, like I said, but we'll do the best we can. If I have the wrong, sorry guys. Oh, Travis. Travis is killing me. Hold on. Gotcha. Thank you. So I will make a generic one here since that last one got kicked out. Go, folks. Again for showing me. There's a generic one. Just reference the test question ABC there. For those that saw the ground effect question, you guys got the bonus ahead of time. So thank you, Ryan, sir. All right, got about 50% in for the other half. Apologize for the next two questions. We're just going to have to do this generic format because it kicked out one of them, but we'll be good after that. All right, apologize if I cut off anyone. We got 82% of the class with C, 11% with B, balance of the class with A, kind of doing it backwards. Correct answer with the majority of the class is going to be C. So the statement that best relates to Bernoulli's principle is going to be air traveling faster over the curved upper surface of an airfoil, causing lower pressure on the top surface. All right, great job. Let's try one more dealing with the term angle of attack. I'm going to give you a generic poll here. So the term angle of attack is defined as the angle, is it A, between the wing chord line and the relative wind, B, between the airplane's climb angle and the horizon, or C, formed by the longitudinal axis of an airplane and the chord line of the wing? Here's the first third of the class. About 70%. Yep, Chris, it is text only, unfortunately. Actually two of my test questions got kicked out, so I had to use the generic format tonight. So it'll go back to it once we get to the other ones. All right, apologize if I cut off anyone here. We got 81% with A, 7% with B, balance of the class with C. The term angle of attack, when we're looking at it, is actually going to be A. It is the angle between the wing chord line, which is that imaginary line that basically goes from the leading edge to the trailing edge and forward of the airplane, and the relative wind. So we call that the angle of attack, right? Great job, everybody. All right, moving on. We're going to talk a little bit more about aerodynamics of flight, and we're going to talk about four primary forces that basically allows these airplanes to fly. And they basically boil down to the following. So we've got thrust, which pulls us along, or not pulls us, pushes us along, or gets us going. We got drag, which counters thrust. We have the weight, and then we have the lift created by the actual wings themselves. So we'll look at each one of the four forces. The first one that we have is going to be the thrust. And for most of us, we're probably going to be starting off in piston aircraft, unless someone's got the big bucks out there. And thrust is going to be the aircraft engine that's going to provide the power, but it's the airfoil shape of the propeller. And when we're talking about a propeller, there's usually a spinner, and I'm not a very good drawer, folks. There's kind of like the very front of the airplane with the windscreen. That is the airfoil. Okay, so that's basically capturing the air. And as it does it, the propeller is going to basically convert that power into thrust and pull the airplane forward. Thrust is going to act parallel to the longitudinal axis. However, it's not always going to be so. Now, what counters thrust is going to be drag, and drag is going to be the force that resists the movement of an aircraft through the air. Now, there's two basic types of drag. The first one is basically parasite, or what we would call parasitic drag. And this is drag that is not associated with the production of lift, and it actually increases as the square of the airspeed does. So we'll talk more about the different types of parasitic drag, but these are all the things that are going to slow the aircraft, such as wing struts and other things like that. And then we have something called induced drag, and this drag is actually caused by the same factors that produce lift. Its amount varies inversely with airspeed, and I think it's easier to show these amounts in a chart, which I'll do here in a minute. And as the airspeed decreases, the angle of attack must increase. Okay, so the first one we're going to look at is parasitic drag, and that is broken into three different types. The first one that we have is called form drag. This is literally anything that sticks out into the airstream, so wheels, antennas, rivets, anything that could potentially slow down your airplane. Okay. The next one we have is called interference drag, and this comes from basically the intersections of airstreams that cause eddy currents, turbulence, and also restrict smooth airflow. So a good example of this is an intersection between a wing and a fuselage. So if you had a fuselage and then you had your wing over here, typically you're going to see this where those two components actually meet, and that would be the interference drag. Finally, we have skin friction drag, which is an aerodynamic resistance due to the contact of moving air with the surface of the aircraft. That actually causes drag as well. Now, the lift to drag ratio, drag is obviously the price that we paid to obtain lift, right? And the lift to drag ratio that we typically talk about is the amount of lift generated by an airfoil compared to its drag. The lift to drag ratio, or sometimes we abbreviate this as an LD ratio, is basically showing how efficient your aircraft is, or your airfoil is. Okay. So aircrafts with higher lift to drag ratios are actually more efficient than those with lower lift to drag ratios. So typically gliders have better lift to drag ratios than some of our older Hershey bar wings that we have in our trainers. Now the drag curve, like I said, this is a better representation of your drag. So here we can see our parasitic drag, and what we've got is basically, this would be our speed if we're just sitting on the ground at 0, okay? As we start to increase airspeed, you're going to notice that the parasitic drag starts to increase, okay? But your induced drag is actually highest when we're slowest, but that will actually start to move inversely or opposite as your airspeed picks up. As the speed increases, parasite drag increases exponentially, and as the speed decreases, the induced drag also increases exponentially. This is actually known as a drag curve, and every airplane, when it's being designed, will have something like this. The red line is representing the total drag if you were to add the parasitic and the induced drag together, okay? So you'll notice that where the induced and parasitic drag match, that's actually the lowest point in the drag curve. Okay, that's actually what we would call our most efficient speed. And it's typically also what we would call the maximum glide distance as well. So if we lost an engine, we would aim for whatever speed that happens to be, because it's the minimum amount of drag, which would allow us to fly the longest distance in order to get to an appropriate landing spot. Okay, so that's kind of the drag curve in a nutshell. Now, the other component that we also have to look at is going to be weight. Okay, and weight is something that does have to be monitored. We actually have to do a weight and balance anytime that we take off. We need to make sure that we're not overloaded, and then the weight is basically put in the appropriate location somewhere inside the aircraft. You can be too nose heavy, or you could be too tail heavy. We'll actually cover an entire weight and balance chapter in a couple weeks here. But the weight is basically the entire weight of the aircraft itself and the load of the aircraft. That does include the crew, the fuel, the cargo, baggage. And this is directly the downward force on the airplane. So it's basically wherever the CG point is, or the center of gravity, that's basically pulling straight down on the airplane. And that's what is opposing lift. Okay, lift is trying to get us up. Unfortunately, weight is pulling us straight back down because of gravity. Now, weight is always going to act straight down towards the earth at whatever that center of gravity point is. If you guys were to try to take a pencil and balance it on your finger, wherever that pencil or pen actually balances, that would be your center of gravity point, or also known as a CG point. Lift is obviously the opposite of weight, and lift, as we discussed before, is actually opposing the downward force of weight. It's produced by the dynamic effect of the air acting on the airfoil, which is another way of saying the wing itself, and it acts perpendicular to the flight path through the center of lift. Okay. All right, so those are your 4 forces that you need to know. Those are testable. They will be on your FAA written exam. You'll also find them in some of the FAA test questions that we have this evening as well. All right, the next one we're going to get into is wingtip vortices. Wingtip vortices are these cool things that are created, and anytime that there is lift created, there is basically wingtip vortices are a result of that, which leads to something called wake turbulence. You'll notice that in this image right here, you can clearly see kind of the eddies that are created both off the right wing and the left wing as it's basically flying through whatever this fog or whatever they set up for this thing. And they're pretty much invisible to the eye, right? Unless an airplane is coming out of the clouds or it's flying through fog, you typically will not see these on a normal day. But anytime that lift is created, you're going to have some type of wingtip vortice. So a wingtip vortice is very simply because we have a high pressure underneath the wing and a low pressure on top of the wing. What ends up happening is we have the air from underneath the wing where the pressure is high compared to the one on the lower portion, basically the lower pressure above the wing. And as the wing actually moves forward, it creates this spiraling slipstream of airflow. And if you were to look at the back of an airplane, right, and you had basically a wing with a fuselage here, you'd actually see it coming off, or it would be invisible, but it would actually occur off of both the right wing and the left wing, okay? And the reason why that's important is that actually creates something called wake turbulence. So if anybody here has ever been on a boat or jet skied, typically if you've got somebody that's driving the boat fairly quickly, it creates that wake within the lake or the body of water. And, you know, if they're going fast enough, it's usually going to start disrupting things around it, depending on what is actually going on. So the vortices, they can pose a hazard to aircraft, especially during landing and takeoff phase. And these wingtip vortices will lead to something called wake turbulence. Okay, it's kind of this invisible flow of air, unless there's something that allows us to see it. And they come off of both the right and left wing. The intensity or strength of the vortice is going to be a function of the aircraft size, speed, and also the configuration. So typically the way that we like to think of these things is that the aircraft that are heavy, slow, and clean, which means that an aircraft that's bigger, like a 747, is going to create a lot more wake turbulence than a little Cessna. When it's slow, which is going to be either on takeoff or landing, and when it's clean, meaning when the landing gear and the flaps are retracted, typically the heavy, slow, and clean is going to be on shortly after their departure, although it can be just as bad even if the flaps are extended and the gear is extended as well. Very simply, wake turbulence, if it's coming from something as big as, you know, even a 737 or sometimes a business jet, it has enough power to roll the aircraft and cause a lot of structural damage. So it's something that can actually persist for many minutes. And it's really driven by whatever the wind is doing. So it could, the wind could actually allow it to stay there for a longer period of time. But normally, if there's no wind, it typically descends at about 500 to 1,000 feet per minute. The main thing with wingtip vortices is that it leads to this thing called wake turbulence. And there's things that we can do as pilots to try to avoid being within those wake turbulence areas. Now, air traffic controllers, they used to, that is, actually provide separation during departing and arriving aircraft. And it used to be based off of, minutes. But that didn't work out so well. So they actually base it now off of mileage. But even if you're 5 or 6 miles behind something larger, it still can be pretty extreme where you could be in quite a bit of wake turbulence leading to actual turbulence. So if you've ever come on an approach on a commercial airliner, we experience it quite a bit. It's because we're all lined up in this giant line trying to get into the airport, and typically we are experiencing each other's wake. Now, it's definitely more significant if you're a little tiny airplane like a Cessna, like a 2-seater or a 4-seater. If you are, I'll give you an example here that we talked about in our CFI class. There is an A380, an Airbus A380 that was flying somewhere in the Middle East. And there was a business jet. I think it was a Challenger or something, you know, it's like a 15-passenger business jet-ish. and they were only 1,000 feet below them. And what ended up happening was they got caught in the wake turbulence. They rolled a few times. They lost quite a bit of altitude. They recovered at the last second, but when they landed that aircraft, it was absolutely totaled. It was completely written off at that point. And that is basically a giant aircraft with a relatively, medium-sized aircraft, if you want to call it that. So there's ways and things that we do. So number one, we avoid following another aircraft on a similar flight path, and we want to maintain at least 1,000 feet. Typically, like I said, that sink rate, as you can see here, is usually about 500 to 1,000 feet per minute. So that's an area that we traditionally like to avoid. And then the way that we avoid it, if we're going to be following any other type of aircraft, it's not really a big deal following another general aviation small airplane. But if you're following, let's say, a business jet or another larger aircraft, very simply, what we want to do is, if we're coming into land, we want to land beyond the point that they come in. They're basically beyond their touchdown point. So wherever the wheels touch, that's basically where the wake turbulence stops, because lift is not being generated at that moment. So you want to land beyond the point that they touch down. And if we're going to be taking off behind someone, main goal here is that if we rotate, so they obviously rotated here, we want to rotate ahead, or basically pull back on that yoke and start climbing before the point that they took off. Okay, so if you are following another aircraft like that, just pay attention in terms of where they are, roughly where they took off. It is also your prerogative. If you don't want to take off and if you're not comfortable, you can let air traffic control know that, nope, I'm going to wait. I'm going to give it a couple minutes. You let someone else go in front of me. Okay. This also does apply. I don't actually have a slide on it, but this also does apply if we had parallel runways. So this real quick here. So if you had two runways, they work. If you guys have two runways side by side, go. Here's one runway. There's another runway. If you've got Mr. Heavy aircraft 747 over here, and they're taking off, and the wind happens to not be in your favor, it's blowing this way. What will end up happening is on their takeoff roll, you'll usually see that to actually the wake turbulence to start to slide to the right runway. So if your little baby plane is right here, you might also want to consider that as well and give it a couple minutes for that wake turbulence to dissipate before you continue actually going. Okay. All right. The next thing we're going to talk about is going to be something known as ground effect. So ground effect is actually going to occur within one wingspan or less of the surface. Typically, the wingspan, depending on your aircraft, will typically be somewhere between 10 or 15 feet. And a wingspan is obviously just a single wingspan when we look at that. And what ends up happening is that this airflow, because of the wake that is basically created here, not necessarily the wake turbulence, but like we said before, we have the wingtip vortices. Because of that certain airflow, the airflow around the wings and the wingtips are actually modified, and that results in a pattern that reduces the downwash and the induced drag. So the changes can actually result in an aircraft becoming airborne before reaching a recommended takeoff speed, or floating when you're basically trying to land. You're trying your hardest to get the wheels on the ground, but magically you just keep floating and floating and floating. And that's the reason why, is because of ground effect. So it's kind of an artificial area, if you want to call it that. It's an area above the ground where the aircraft experiences an improvement in performance. Okay. But once you depart that wingspan length, then, typically if you're not at a fast enough airspeed, you'll realize it pretty soon, and you'll not develop enough lift. So ground effect is simply a reduction of induced drag because as the aircraft in flight comes within a wingspan length of the surface, there's a change in the three-dimensional airflow of the aircraft because the vertical component of airflow is restricted by the surface. Very simply, when we're in the ground, right, this airflow that is basically being pushed down, or what we call the downwash, it has a place to go. But because we actually are really, really close to the ground, it's basically being deflected, and now it kind of creates this cushion of air. So it kind of gets us off the ground a little bit sooner than our recommended takeoff speed. And it also, when we're really, really trying to land, sometimes it's creating kind of this cushion, and it's kind of holding us up a little bit longer. We call that floating. Okay. And then finally, the wingtip vortices, the upwash and the downwash, are going to be greatly reduced because of both the ground and also the water interference. The reason why we say water interference is it's the same principle if you're in a seaplane, if you're coming into land. the water is basically acting as basically the same type of scenario with the ground when we're looking at it. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about these pesky stalls, and we're moving right along here. So a stall is going to be a result of a rapid decrease in lift caused by the separation of airflow from the wing surface brought on by exceeding the critical angle of attack. Basically, the main thing you need to know is that if you exceed the critical angle of attack, you're going to stall the airplane, and you can stall the airplane in any configuration and any airspeed. Okay. You can stall it at fast speed, low speed. You can stall it in a turn. It's something that we always pay attention to. So it can occur at any pitch attitude or airspeed. At the very beginning of class, I showed you guys what we called the smooth laminar airflow, which is basically when that air hits the leading edge, it will hopefully perfectly follow the contours of both the upper camber and the lower camber, and that's what we mean by smooth laminar airflow. When the wing basically exceeds the critical angle of attack, so you're pitching up, and what will end up happening is that you're going to start to have this basically separation of the air. It's not going to follow the shape of the wing, and as we can see here, it clearly isn't. And that basically reduces lift to the point where it's not that lift is not being created, but not enough lift is being created in order to sustain your altitude at that point. Okay, it's not generating enough adequate lift. If we look at that in the original image that I had you guys or shown you guys back in the GIF a long time ago, we can see here the smooth laminar airflow, but as this wing is gently basically, the critical angle of attack is basically increased. Pay attention to the backside here. You can start to see the air starting to actually separate. There it is right there. That's the stall. And most aircraft will traditionally stall somewhere between 18 to 22 degrees, okay? Sometimes even 16 degrees. It's not something that we measure. There are certain what we call angle of attack indicators. Some aircraft have them. Most general aviation training aircraft do not. A easier way of kind of showing this to you is in a video that I'll kind of walk through. But before I do that, let's go ahead and talk about the different types of stalls here. So a stall is a stall, and it's basically anytime you exceed the critical angle of attack, okay? So the stalling speed of any particular aircraft is not fixed on a value for all flight situations, but a given aircraft will always stall at the same angle of attack, regardless of airspeed, weight, load factor, or density altitude. Each aircraft has a particular angle of attack where the airflow separates from the upper surface of the wing, and then the stall occurs. And then the critical angle of attack, what we call the AOA, is going to vary somewhere between 16 and I would say 22 degrees, depending on the aircraft design. It's not anything that you can really look up. And there's certain things that could occur, such as low speed, high speed, or even in turns you can stall. And you'll practice low speed stalls. You'll also practice basically what we call approach to landing stalls, departure stalls. You won't really practice turning stalls. We do those as a commercial pilot, but those are higher speed stalls. So the low speed stalls, just like your practice stalls, the lower the airspeed becomes, the more the angle of attack has to be increased. So as you're moving slower and slower, you're going to realize that you're going to have to pitch the nose up even higher and higher just to maintain the same altitude that you're currently at. Eventually, you're going to exceed the critical angle of attack. The high speed, in the example I'm giving you here, if the aircraft is in a dive, and let's assume that the airspeed is 100 knots, as soon as you pull back as hard as you can on that yoke, what will end up happening is that the gravity and centrifugal force is going to prevent an immediate alteration of the flight path, but the aircraft's angle of attack is going to change abruptly from quite low to very high if you do it fast enough, and that will actually lead to a stall. We call these actually accelerated stalls because we're doing it at a faster speed. And then turning as well. So based upon centrifugal force, anytime that we're in a turn, we're basically increasing the amount of weight that the wing actually has to support, which means that we are actually increasing the amount of lift required to maintain our altitude. And we call these basically, this is kind of a load factor, if you will. It's kind of like if you were to pull up really, really hard, instead of experiencing 1G at straight and level flight, you might be experiencing 2Gs, which means that the aircraft is now supporting twice the amount of the original weight. We'll talk about that more here in a minute. So If we look at a stall, in this little video here, we have an aircraft, and what this flight school did was they cleverly put a bunch of strings on there. And what you're going to see is all of the strings, or I think as they call them noodles, are pointed in backwards, and you can see it clearly in the airflow. What you're going to see is as they start to pitch up, you're actually going to see the separation here right towards the back, and then all these noodles are basically not going to be pointing straight back anymore. They're going to look like S's as the airflow, that smooth laminar airflow, is basically separated from the upper camber of the wing. It's only 2 minutes. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll kind of walk you through it as we look at it here. So they show this to us in a couple different speeds. So here we have a regular aircraft, looks like a diamond aircraft that's flying. We've got all the little noodles pointing straight back. As the pilot starts to basically pull the nose, or basically pull the yoke towards them, the airplane's going to start to climb. You can start to see the noodles at the very end there. They start to get a little wiggly, and there's the stall. Okay, we basically lost that smooth airflow flying, or basically going over the upper portion of the wing. So this could happen, and this is basically the essence of what a stall is. We are exceeding the critical angle of attack. And in this one, they're very simply, the way that we fix the solution is the pilot is probably simultaneously adding power and pushing the nose forward, which is going to get more air over that wing. There's the stall again, as you can see. All little noodles go crazy. And if they slow it down, so this is 50% slower. Yep, we're going to stop here in just a minute. There is the stall. Okay, there is the stall. They reduce the angle of attack. They push the nose forward. They increase their speed. They gain basically, they increase the velocity of air over that top portion of the wing, and they recover. So it is something that is recoverable. Obviously, that is kind of the best representation that I can provide you without actually getting in the airplane itself. But that is kind of a stall in a nutshell. Okay. So what we're going to do, because we're pretty much out of time here, we got through about 85% of it. What we'll do on Wednesday is we'll pick up where we left off. If you want to attempt to do the quiz, you could probably get through it. You might struggle a little bit. There's just a couple more things, which are basically our left-hand turning tendencies and our aerodynamic forces and maneuvers, which is basically load factor. So if you want to take a good college try of it, feel free to do so. I think you could probably get through most of it, except for maybe a test question or two. But let's go ahead and pause here for tonight. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the first lesson. You guys realize there's a lot of information that we have to provide you in a short amount of time, even though 4 weeks seems pretty long. It is manageable. So what we'll do is on Wednesday, we're going to come back, same time, 5 p.m. Pacific time, adjust for whatever your local time is. We will send out, as we always do, we typically send out an email reminder 3 hours ahead before class. As a reminder, you have the ability to watch on our website. If for whatever reason you lose your password or anything else, basically open a help desk ticket. In addition to that, you can also watch on Facebook or YouTube, whatever your preferred method is, although most people watch on the website. And we will finish up the last 20-30 minutes of the aerodynamics. Then what we're going to do is on Wednesday, we're going to move into aircraft systems, and we're going to be talking about flight instruments. So we're going to be talking about the six-pack. How do those actually function? What are the different types of airspeed, different types of altitude, what we usually call flavors, and we'll kind of go from there. Okay, so if you guys have any questions, I will stick around and answer as much as I can. But with that, hope you guys, as I said, have a fantastic evening and stay safe out there. We'll see everybody back on Wednesday. But great job, everyone, so far. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are welcome. If you guys liked it on Facebook or YouTube, feel free to hit that like button. And let me see what questions I can answer. I also have to give you a huge shout out to all of our moderators out there. We've got Missy, Ryan, Alex. Actually, Alex is not here today. Cody, Dominic, and others that basically help out with this class. They do it completely voluntarily, so keep that in mind. So glad you guys enjoyed it. You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. Take care, have a fantastic night. You are welcome, Preston, Adele. Yes, there is a quiz tonight. You can always take the quiz if you want to. The quiz is right beneath the very, very bottom of this video. Also, remember, if you need help navigating the website, we have put right beneath this live class right now, there is a website tutorial. It takes 15 minutes. You can fast forward it to whatever part you're stuck in. And that is it. Jeff, you had a question. If you signed up for the lifetime, yes, there is 1 hour of free ground instruction included. That offer still stands. So if you do that the next day or so, basically it's 1 hour of ground. So 1 hour with an instructor. Okay. So if you want to, it doesn't expire. If you want to save it for your check ride, you can absolutely do that. For the folks trying to access the quiz, once again, go to the very, very bottom of this live stream on the same page, right beneath the homework. The little thing that says Private Pilot Aerodynamics Quiz, just click on that. Of course, it's going to take you out of the live stream. That's where it's located. Or on the left-hand side, underneath lesson number 1, there's like a little circle. It's got a question mark in it. And to the right of that, it says Private Pilot Aerodynamics Quiz. You can get there that way as well. Okay. Quiz is available. I would encourage you guys to take it. Sam, we will talk about spins, but basically a stall could lead to a spin, and then it basically starts at an incipient spin, and I will actually show you guys a video on that on Wednesday. PowerPoint, Emily, unfortunately is not posted as per our agreement because we use some of Rod's slides. They're basically available for presentation, but they're not there I can't actually print them and share them with everybody. Okay. See you Wednesday. Adrian, take care. Ed, absolutely. You guys have the Facebook group as well. Sam, can you retake the quiz? You can absolutely take the quiz as many times as you want. So the server will serve it, or basically not serve it, but store it each time. As a quick reminder, we are going to be resetting our server sometime around midnight. So it will kick out everybody's login information. Nothing's going to happen, but you will probably have to re-log in the next time you do it. I'd encourage you guys to do that tomorrow. So that way you don't have any issues on Wednesday. Okay. The quizzes are not mandatory, but I highly, Eric, encourage you to take them. It will be pretty difficult to pass the final if you don't know what some of the test questions are. Didn't understand why I got second to last wrong. So the second to last question, Grace, let me see if I can find it here. Garrett, you could give it a college try and take the quiz. I mean, we covered the majority of it. There might be one or two test questions that you do not know. And most of them are actually based off of a graph anyways. The second to last test question that we covered, I believe, was going to be the term angle of attack is defined as the angle between the chord line and the relative wind. And then the one before that was Bernoulli's principle, which was basically talking about air traveling over the top portion of the wing has basically a faster speed and higher pressure versus the lower portion of the wing where it's moving slower, and also it has we got lower pressure on top, higher pressure on the bottom. Sorry. Trying to read and talk at the same time. Can you join the lifetime anytime during the course? Yes, you can. It is 50% off until next Monday, Newton, so keep that in mind. That sounds right. Hasvek, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I apologize, I'm bad at names. At what point do you need an ATP versus a commercial? So a commercial is going to allow you to fly basically for hire and get paid for it. And if you're looking to go to the airlines, meaning a Part 121 carrier, which is a scheduled operation, or a Part 135, then you will need an ATP certificate. So it just depends. If you have no desire to go to the airlines, then you could get by with a commercial. Let's see here. Jay, if you're a little bit late, no worries. You can always watch the lesson. So once the live stream is done this evening, I myself will go away, so you won't see me anymore. And basically you guys will have the recording of whatever we just did in the place where I'm currently chatting right now. Okay. So Chad is asking about the companion guide, that big book that I had. So basically, if you just want like a physical book with all the materials, that's basically what it's there for. It's like 500+ pages. It does include the lesson notes and those types of things. It just depends. Some people want everything in one. We had a bunch of people ask for it, and that's the reason why we put it together. So completely up to you. Okay. How can I watch the part I missed before Wednesday? I think we got that. We'll see you on Wednesday, Preston. AJ, we'll see you later. Yeah, Van, we will. That's the reason why we're doing the reset. So we're going to reset that at midnight tonight. You don't see the quiz below the live stream. So once again, at the very bottom, David, keep scrolling all the way down to the very, very bottom of the page. You're going to see a little like circle with a question mark in it, and it will say Aerodynamics quiz. So that is where it's found. Anybody else having problems finding the quiz? Sergio, thank you very much. A lot of people not finding the quiz here. All right, I will show you guys real quick in terms of where to find that quiz. So let me do this and see if I can share my screen real quick here. So when you guys are logged in, if you look at the menu on the left-hand side, there's two ways to get there. Okay, there's two ways to get to your quiz. So very simply, you guys remember this slide way back 3 hours ago? One of the ways you can get there is on the left-hand side. You're going to see this right beneath class number 1. It says free private pilot aerodynamics class or quiz. I think it's cut off there, but you click on that and that will take you to the quiz itself. That's one way. The other way of getting there is scrolling down all the way to the bottom beneath all of this stuff. It's usually below the homework and it's below the course documents, below the website. You'll see that it will say private pilot quiz or aerodynamic quiz at the very, very bottom. It's kind of a lightly shaded gray color, not great for people who have vision problems. But you can click on that as well. So at the bottom of every lesson, or you can go to the menus underneath each one of the classes. So if I were to click on class number 2, which you guys can't get into now, you'll then see quiz number 2. Class 3 will have quiz number 3, and so forth and so forth and so forth. Okay? That makes sense? Everybody good with that? Good to go on that one now? The groups. So the groups are found in the left-hand side menu, Sam. Being able to see the video from 2 different pages on the website, one which has links. So, excuse me, Brian, if you're on the one that basically says the live, we just do that. So some people get lost in the website. If you want to get to all of the quizzes and all that stuff, hopefully someone can just add the link to the lesson. But all you're going to do is click on online classes, then go to the free private pilot course, then just click on the appropriate lesson that you want to access. So. Triple bypass surgery. I cannot answer that. What I would suggest for you, Jim, is talk with an aviation medical examiner, and I would try to go to an AME that only does AME stuff. There's some doctors that do like everything, but I would do one that specifically is familiar with that. And you can always call them. You don't necessarily need to make an appointment, but if you call them and just say, hey, this is my condition and this is what happened, what do you think? Do you think I can get a waiver from it? And they'll ask you some questions. I don't know if it's going to be based on how long ago it was, if you're taking any medications, if you have any limitations, but I would definitely ask them. Steve is on his iPad and can't see the quiz anywhere. So, Steve, I think I will check with Travis here. I think that that might be a limitation on the iPad. If you go to the desktop version, it should show up. I've not tried it on the iPad yet. Let's see here. Any other questions? Thank you. Police principal. You can take the quiz at any point in time. You can take it now. You can take it tomorrow. You can take it in a week from now, Scott. So whenever you want. Is the FAA oral test separate from the verbal test? The FAA oral is going to be considered the verbal test, if you will. That's basically testing your knowledge, and it's definitely going to be scenario based. Okay. All right. Brian B's got the quiz directly there. Most charter businesses jets probably require an ATP. Not necessarily, David. So keep in mind that some of those, it depends on how they're structured. Some are just Part 91 or some are Part 135. You can check with them. And sometimes what you'll do is you'll start off as obviously a first officer until you get 1,500 hours. And then they might buy you if you're lucky, they might get you on the ATP. Can I skip the IFR rating and go straight to commercial? That is affirmative, although you are limited in terms of flying commercially. You're going to be limited to 50 nautical miles from your airport. It creates a lot of limitations, and I think employers would probably not want to do that unless maybe you're doing something specific. So you're just flying a jump plane and you're just getting people up and down. The other thing too, keep in mind, it's 250 hours for the commercial no matter what. So part of that time can be used for your instrument. And if you're going on commercially, flying business jets, those types of things, or the airlines, they pretty much exclusively fly in the instrument environment anyways, the IFR. Let's see, the book you can find online. We have links right beneath this video. The quizzes, we're good there. Quizzes, lesson content. Can't get the quiz to load. Yeah, give it a sec here, folks. Do the material. You guys have a lot of great questions, so see if we can answer them all. Do we have to have the medical certificate to apply for the student license? There's no one, you don't need one or the other. They're actually independent of each other, so you can apply for them separately at any point in time. David, we'll see if we can find that for you. Travis is posting the link directly to quiz number 4. Can't get it to load on your computer, but it is there. Thanks 1 hour from my I'm planning to buy the book for 1 to 2 weeks pants. So for the book, you can always read ahead as well. So if you have the Rod Machado book, we always list the homework or the recommendation. And like I said, don't read it verbatim. We will cover pretty much everything you need in class, but it's wise to at least skim ahead. And I think that'll set you up pretty well. This is not like a law class where you need to read every single thing. Plus, occasionally, if there's something that we run out of time for, you can always reference it, or if you forget about it, besides going through the video, you can go to that specific section. It is quite helpful. And you notice that we do use Rod's images as well. So they do correlate. So if you are stuck on something, you can actually look at the figure number on Rod's images on our slide. You can actually find that in his book. If you're getting bumped out of the chat, apologize. Just hit F5. I think you guys have got that. You guys are all going to bed. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. Helena. Right. Mike's got the quiz finished. 86%. Awesome. Keep going though. How are fighter jet get air-to-air fueling and avoiding the vortex? I think they're probably close enough, but Allie, I am not really sure of that. Can I read the FAA handbook chapters instead of Rod's? Yep, you can absolutely do that. That's the reason why we put it there. So there's no requirement to get a textbook, but if you are sticking with aviation, I'd recommend finding one. It doesn't have to be his. You could do Jepson, Climb, ASA, because this is stuff that you're going to have to review over and over and over. Okay. For Tom, can someone throw the link in there directly for the quiz? Since it does not appear to show up, we'll make sure that that's all squared away. And then once again, we will reset the server later tonight. It's not going to change your progress or anything, but it will kick everybody out. So make sure sometime between now and our next class, you log in, make sure that everything is functioning. And if you have any password issues or you're not getting the emails, you can always open up a help desk ticket. There's a little headphone on the lower right-hand corner. It's in yellow. Hover over it. Looks like a tongue. It sticks out. Click on that. And that's how you can open up a ticket. Okay. Van loves the review. Exactly. Good night, Sam. We'll talk to you later. Everybody on Wednesday. And Travis will be working on those help desk tickets with the rest of us. Renee, have a great one on YouTube out there. Brian, take care. Rich, adios. Wednesday, Colin on Facebook. That is going to be at 5 p.m. Pacific time. So whatever you can adjust for your local time. If you are signed up for the class, or if you're just joining us now, you can always sign up for the class. Right beneath the description of all this stuff, we did provide the links if you're on Facebook or YouTube. You can clearly sign up there and you'll basically be added to the email reminders. Okay. Let us see. Thank you, Emily. Take care. Yep. Hopefully you guys have lots of notes at this point. Take care. Ali, Curtis, would a commercial license be required for piloting if you get paid for your time, but not necessarily for being a pilot? Biologists flying surveys, but not getting paid anything beyond their normal wage. Yeah. So with that, you can't get paid for your time. It's as simple as that. You could get reimbursed as long as it's incidental to your business. So let's assume, I don't know exactly in that circumstance, but let's assume that I need to make a presentation in San Francisco. And my boss said, no matter what, I've got to get to San Francisco, whether it's train, Southwest, I'm going to drive there, or I throw in my hat and I say, hey, I've got my own airplane. Can I fly it up? If they agree to that, I can get paid, and it's not really me being paid for my time, but I can get reimbursed for the cost of operating that flight from LA to San Francisco, basically gas and that type of stuff. Easier for a rental. You could basically get reimbursed for the rental expense. But I can't be expensed for I can't get reimbursed for my time, because then I'm actually profiting, or what we would say, being compensated for that. Okay, but it has to be incidental to the business. Right, homework. See here, 11 pages of notes, Sam. Awesome. Yeah, they're going to grow exponentially. So there's a ton of information that we have to cover each day. I promise it gets easier though. That makes sense for Curtis. And the Facebook group is there. It's a great place. If you have questions between now and then, you can post them. We also monitor the Facebook group. And if you've got just general questions, perfect place for it. We'll take a look at that. Here's the direct link once again to the quiz. If it's having any problems, I will have Travis look at it. Robert, good to see you again. Yep, I'll see you tomorrow. Pizza place. I think that's at 7 o'clock here in Burbank. The full name of the PHAC is called the Pilot's Handbook of Aeronautical Knowledge. Pilot's Handbook of Aeronautical Knowledge. You could honestly, Emily, you could type in FAA PHAC and you'll actually see it come up on the FAA website. Discord link, Kevin. I rely on Cody for that. I don't know if Cody is here or not. If not, see what we can find. Updating the Mac. AJ, do you see the quiz on yours? If you look to the left or scroll all the way down, is that correct? And moderator Ryan's got the link directly to the PHAC. So if you want to look at the PHAC, it's there for you. The PHAC is also in the downloads and documents under the start here, the welcome start here. Try to do all that ahead of time. Sam, there is a Discord. I just don't have the link in front of me. We'll see if I can find that. Cody, if Cody's on, he can give that to you. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Missy's got the quiz. Okay. Yeah, AJ says the quiz as well. So quiz graphic 62. So if you can't see it, CAP, you can on the screen prior to that under lesson 1, there is the FAA testing supplement, and you can go directly to that figure. I will write it down so we can take a look at that though. Might just be a fluke, but it was what, figure 62 you said? The graphic 62 or figure 62. Okay, I will take a look at that once we're done here. Ryan's got the Discord link. Awesome, sir. Thank you. I can't believe you still have that. Let's see. It's a question mark. Yep, it's a question mark. It's usually like a circle with a question mark in it. And question 29, 28. Okay, we'll take a look at it. You're welcome, Thomas. Have a great night. See you guys and gals later. Undersize on top right. Will do as well. Yeah, if anybody here is in the full screen mode and you can't see anything, or you can just see the chat in the video, make sure that you're outside of the full screen mode. We've had people make that mistake before. Todd, it is unfortunately the luck of the draw on the test questions. I think some people have gotten through the entire test with everything that we've covered tonight, and some people like yourself unfortunately, you're covering the 20% that we have not covered tonight. You know, like I said, you can wait until Wednesday when we have the time to finish the lesson, or you can try your best. And keep in mind, once you hit submit, it will tell you the reasons why it should be one versus another. Okay. Maybe something for further discussion is the text allowance does not allow the particulars of the full question. Copy. Thanks, Curtis. Let's see. Any other questions? Colin, next time that it's broadcasting, it will be on Wednesday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. 5 p.m. Pacific time, Wednesday. So the time frame is always Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 5 p.m. That's pretty much the standard for the next, 3.5 weeks. Ray, take care from Eagle Rock. Absolutely. Todd's got 100%, so there you go. Cap's got 83.33%. Keep going. Yeah. Every time you guys take the quiz as well, it's going to pull a couple of different questions from the aerodynamics. We tried not to overload you. In the past, we used to give you every single aerodynamics question, but we realized that people get discouraged from that. So yes, the East Coasters do definitely have it a little bit rougher. So we understand, we sympathize. Glad you're enjoying it, Brandon. Try to make it as fun as possible. It's fun, and try to get this stuff to stick as well. I think part of it is, especially aerodynamics, it's not the most enjoyable lesson out there. Let's see. Tried link and it took me to a course sign in. Which link was that, Jeff? In my courses, I see start course. I was able to see the course list with what looks like a link to a quiz, but it's not active. Just Harry, you're in like a parallel universe here. Let's see what we can find out for you. And you attempted that link that we gave you, which was basically this aerodynamics quiz. Tried the link and it took me to course sign in. Jeff, are you signed in at the moment, sir? That's going to be my next question. I know it seems ridiculous, but sometimes you can get to the live stream without actually signing in. Is there a syllabus matching the PHAC chapter? So the syllabus is actually on the very, very front page. If you were to click on the private pilot ground school without actually going into the course materials, you'll find the entire syllabus. Or if you actually go back to the registration page where you guys all signed up, we have all of the courses and the syllabus listed there. Hello, Brooklyn, New York. All right, AJ, have a good one, sir. Let's see. Good one, Jeff, you are. All right, so what I'm going to do is, if there are no more questions, we will still stick around, and we're going to keep the chat open for a few more minutes, let you guys conclude any last minute questions, conversations, and tech is still going to remain here to make sure that you guys can navigate wherever you need to be. But for me, I am going to sign off for the evening. So pleasure meeting everyone, and great first class. We'll see everybody back here on Wednesday. Feel free to keep putting your questions in as we go along. But thanks again to our moderators and the rest of the team here. See everybody in a few days. Take care, everyone.